Welcome everyone, grüezi miteinander. This is day 2 of CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. I welcome you here from the architecture building on the beautiful campus Hönkerberg, which belongs to the ETH Zurich. There are even some cows on the fields around this campus. We're in Switzerland, aren't we? Well, Zurich, the campus is a little bit above Zurich, which is really a beautiful place to work and to study. So it's great to be here. We've already seen great races yesterday on day 1 on CYBATHLON, and you can look forward to 3 more exciting disciplines, such as the powered wheelchair race or the powered leg prosthesis race and the powered exoskeleton race. So a lot of power, and we are already on one of these tracks. So we will see the people with the wheelchairs, with the exoskeletons walk up here, walk down, which is absolutely fantastic to look at. So you can look really forward. CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. It's a special edition. You know, the pandemic changed everything. The teams could not travel to Switzerland to compete against each other live. So what we did, all the teams did their races by themselves back home. They recorded it and they sent it to Switzerland, to Zurich. And today we put everything together to one live event. Thanks to everyone taking part. Thanks for the effort of the teams, the passion and everything. We're really happy that we can do it. We have actually 51 teams from over 20 different countries, which is fantastic that everybody can take part. CYBATHLON is a worldwide thing, and this live stream will be subtitled into 7 different languages, and it will also be translated to sign language. As I already said, this is day 2 of the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. If you did not join us yesterday, don't be sad. You missed 3 exciting races, but we have the best pictures from yesterday from you. Fantastic pictures from yesterday's races, but there's lots more to come. CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition, a very special edition. If you haven't heard about it, here what you can look forward to.
CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. An event where pilots with disabilities and technology developers perform at their best. Who will win? Over 50 teams take part from countries around the globe. Who has developed the best technology together with their pilot? Competitions are held in 6 separate disciplines. It's all about solving tasks of everyday life. In the powered arm prosthesis race, the pilots with an amputation or dysmelia have to manipulate and feel hidden objects with their prosthetic arms. In the powered exoskeleton race, pilots with a paralysis of the legs have to master a course with exoskeletons. And in the powered wheelchair race, pilots with a walking disability must even maneuver their robotic wheelchairs over stairs. In the BCI discipline, the pilots with a paralysis at the neck level compete in a computer game using only the power of thought. In the power leg prosthesis race, pilots with above-knee amputation or dysmelia use prosthetic legs to overcome everyday obstacles. And in the functional electrical stimulation bike race, pilots ride a bike as fast as possible by applying an external current that makes their paralyzed leg muscles contract. Who will win? Required are agility, precision, concentration, and endurance. Advanced technologies can make life easier for people with disabilities. At the CYBATHLON, equal opportunities are a priority. Technology, competitive spirit, and emotions. That's the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
Let's have a look together into our technical section of our studio at Campus Hönkerberg at ETH Zurich. There are a few people working, but compared to yesterday, it's actually empty. Yesterday it was full. It was like in a bee house because everybody was working on the videos the team sent us to Zurich so we can put it together. And I'd like to introduce you now to the head of competition of CYBATHLON, Lukas Jäger. Lukas, actually, your job is done. How happy are you now?
Hi, Stefan. I'm very happy to have all the races recorded. We started last Saturday very early in the morning and ended the recordings of the last races as the live stream was already on air yesterday afternoon.
Now, every team did record their races in their country by themselves. So that means everybody had to have the same conditions. How did you manage that everybody has the same conditions?
Yes, this was one of my biggest concerns from the very beginning. The first step is that we have a rule book which clearly defines not only the rules by which the tasks have to be completed, but also the dimensions by which the tasks have to be set up. And each of the tasks has certain tolerances which are okay. And we asked all the teams to provide us with dimensions of their obstacles, and then we assessed whether their obstacles are within our tolerances.
Very good. And in every country, actually, you had referees who helped you. But in one country, there was no referee. So how did you do that there?
Yes, we recruited officials through our network. And in a few countries, this was not possible. So in those countries, we asked for additional video footage from a different perspective than the one that will be shown in the live stream. And we used those two perspectives to judge on the races here in Zurich.
So you watched actually all the races. What can we look forward to today?
I think we can look forward to three very exciting disciplines, to three disciplines with very tight races, and to a few surprises as well.
Thank you very much. Lukas Jäger, head of competition of the CYBATHLON. And now, as for every race, we need a commentator. And he sits in England. His name is Nick Fellows. Nick, second day, 3 more disciplines. Are you ready?
Stefan, we are more than ready. We're still buzzing here in the commentary box from 3 great competitions yesterday, but I think today could be even better. The wheelchair-powered race with new robotic arms opening and closing doors will be amazing. The leg race, where speed, precision, balance are the name of the game, and we wrap it up with the Exo race. It looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. It's a techie's dream, and it's all about competition. Every one of the teams today wants to take gold, silver, or bronze. It promises to be a superb finale to CYBATHLON 2020.
Thank you, Nick. Really looking forward to your comments. And our first competition today will be the powered wheelchair race, and Nick will get some help from our expert, Sue Berchi. She's a researcher at the Swiss Paraplegic Center in Notwil. Sue, what does the CYBATHLON mean to you personally?
Well, also from my side, hello, Stefan. The CYBATHLON I think, is a great and unique platform to getting research into practice.
That sounds perfectly. Now, you will comment the races as well. How did you get prepared to that?
Well, I looked the parkour, and I also trained a little bit, and I thought how I imagined myself also how the pilots, what are the challenges, and also then I had a look at the different wheelchairs, robotic wheelchairs.
Yeah, about the different robotic wheelchairs. Is there one certain wheelchair that you that fascinates you personally?
Well, I actually have a preference, but let's see how my preference is doing.
You don't want to talk too much with your favorite. Anyway, the powered wheelchair race, this is our 4th competition at CYBATHLON 2020. It's the first one today, and this is what you can
wheelchairs in off-road mode. These motorized robotic high-tech vehicles also travel over uneven terrain. The pilots must solve 6 everyday tasks. For example, driving up a ramp or a staircase with 6 steps. In addition, they need to open a door with a robotic arm. Joysticks or touchpads, for example, are used to control the wheelchairs. Whoever solves the most tasks in the shortest possible time wins.
There are quite a few tasks the wheelchair pilots have to solve. It's actually a very hard tasks. Sue, where are the biggest challenges in that parkour?
Well, from my side, the biggest challenges is really to climbing up the stairs. They're really steep, and there are also several. There are 6 of them, and then having the little short break and then descending them. But also this here in front of us, this declined surface is also very challenging to pass because you need really a good balance. The gravity, you have to keep up the gravity, and then also then to steer the wheelchair. This is also quite challenging. And then you have to speed up and to get up because it's a really steep ramp. It's not, I think, the usual norms of 8% or 10%.
Yeah.
I mean, it has more.
Would it be hard to go up for you as well here?
I wouldn't do it by myself. No, I think I would bend over. Don't make me do it. And then actually the door, exactly, and this is quite a normal door. It has any weight on it because it would even be a greater challenge if it has weight. Because yesterday evening when I wanted to enter my hotel room, you know, every hotel room has this special weight on it. I don't know why. And then you have to push really hard and also use your elbow to go through. So this task, it's a little bit, it's not that hard than opening a hotel room, but it's still hard because you have to then to grab the door and open it and go and also then drive backwards. So this is also tricky to solve this.
It's tricky, task. But the parkour as itself is very realistic actually, like in normal life. Perfect. Thank you very much, Sue, for these informations. And we have a look at some of our teams. 7 teams are competing in that discipline, and this is our first Swiss team.
Ich habe 2003 die Diagnose bekommen, MS, und seit etwa 5 Jahren bin ich permanent im Rollstuhl.
Der Christian ist der richtige Pilot für uns, weil er ist extrem motiviert und er versteht auch das Gerät sehr gut und kann das in- und auswendig bedienen.
Die ganze Technik, Mobilität mit Assistenzsystem finde ich genial. Es ist eine Herausforderung. Ich habe zuerst gedacht, ja, da fährt man einfach überall drüber rein, aber es verlangt vom Material, von Technik und Mensch sehr viel ab. Wir werden gewinnen, weil wir das beste Team sind.
Bro, let's go!
The Swiss team with their Skevo wheelchair. And Sue, that wheelchair, you can actually buy it, it's on the market. What do you think about that model?
Well, it's reduced to the max, I would say. I really like the design, you know, from a woman perspective, it's always very important to have also a nice looking good wheelchair. But beside that, I think it's everything a little bit hidden. So let's see how it's competing, this wheelchair.
Yeah, what do you think? What are the chances of that team in the race?
I think it has good chances.
Chances. So chances for everybody, of course, for all the teams. And we'll have a look now at the first races.
First race of the day is the powered wheelchair race. This is the Skevo team of Switzerland with Christian Rusterholz. And what is fantastic about all 6 of the tasks in this competition is some are for everyday use, others are testing the wheelchair to its maximum capacity. So welcome to the commentary box. And this first test in the WHL race is the table. Looks quite simple, but not so easy to get it absolutely right.
Absolutely, Nick. It's very difficult to go underneath tables because usually they are really always too low, and we would like also to drink the coffee in a comfortable position.
And of course, it's testing the machine in every possible situation. Now, from something that looks relatively straightforward to the coffee table to the slalom, this tests the balance of the machine and the work from the pilot to maneuver through the obstacles. Again, it looks very easy, but a real test for the pilot, Sue.
Absolutely. Here, when he has finished his coffee, he has to leave also the restaurant. So he has to be really careful to go around the tables and not to hit anybody and also not to hit the servers. So that's why he has to be really keen to go around these tables.
Now, this is fascinating because some of the pilots will choose to take on the more difficult task going backwards rather than forwards. This tests the engineering of the wheelchair itself. But I have to say, Christian Rusterholz finding a lot of speed and time going through the third task, rough terrain, we call it, and then climbing the stairs. Sue, again, a very important part of everyday life.
Well, actually, once you get out of the restaurant, then you're out on the real life. So that means that the terrain that you're passing is usually very rough. So when I'm going on with my sightseeing in Rome, then maybe I'm passing the Forum Romano where I need all these tasks or these special features to move around.
Good work from Rustenholz. Let's go to one of the Japanese teams here. This is Abe Takazu from CIT. Now, again, over that rough terrain, all green lights just above the Japanese pilot's name tells us that the first 3 tasks of the 6 have completed perfectly as he heads to task number 4. Again, climbing those stairs, but this time, rather than going in reverse, tackling it head-on, this will require some perfect timing and some excellent grip from those caterpillar-type additions to the wheelchair of the Japanese pilot.
Yeah, and here we also see that they are changing the gravity of the wheelchair, you know. I don't know exactly which impairment the pilot has, but it seems that he has a quite severe impairment. So they have to adjust always the seating position to climb the chairs. Here we see it very accurate how he is then leaning backwards and his legs straight up. So,
but Sue, from this perspective as well, it looks like that tank-like caterpillar walk is struggling just a little. One of the aims and goals of the pilots is to flow from task to task, and we can clearly see the Japanese team having a few problems here.
Yeah, I see also that it's not flying up, that's right. But it's really tremendously difficult to climb up chairs. I mean, we have also to admit this difficulty. So you see here that they chose caterpillars and not wheelchair and not ropes. So I think he's doing quite a good job with this wheelchair.
Tenacity is the word that I would use, Sue. He really is determined to not let this challenge get the better of his performance. We keep an eye on the clock because you only have 8 minutes to comply with all 6 tasks, Sue.
Maybe also, Nick, we have to see that the pilot has a limited view on what he's doing. So he's climbing up this chair leaning backwards, so he's not really even seeing what he's doing.
Now look at the difference here, Sue. This is the defending champion from Switzerland, Florian Hauser, who makes these stairs look so good. It's a state-of-the-art machine that Florian is piloting here, but not only does he make it look easy, he's very courageous as well, almost toppling the machine over at the top of the flight there.
Absolutely. I think that he trained a lot to go down these stairs. Well, it was a little bumpy, but anyhow, he's speeding up for the next obstacle.
Speeding up is the word. Look at him flying through these. This is a 4-wheel electric wheelchair, 4-wheel drive, all-wheel steering, and now we see the robotic arm. This is the new edition for CYBATHLON 2020, and this suit is quite remarkable. But for a tetraplegic pilot like Florian takes a huge amount of skill.
It really takes a huge amount of skills, and especially with his limited arm control or finger control, I think that he had to train many hours to accomplish this task.
Just look at the clock. That's what we're paying attention to. I think Florian will take some beating, and we'll see Florian Hauser in the top four finale, no question. Now let's go to the OECU plus Artex Japanese team. The OECU standing for the Osaka Electrocommunication University. And again, we're watching the electronic arm here. This is used to, first of all, open the door. The door has to be closed. Struggling a little bit with the grip, but Ogura Toshiki, 62 points on the board. Look at the clock. It's 4:35, 4:36 and ticking. But again, Sue, you've got to be a little patient. Like any sporting challenge, staying calm can be the key to success.
Well, I guess that they always have to change also the controls, because the controls, one is controlling the wheelchair, I mean the powering the wheelchair, and the other one is also then controlling the arm. I think that he's using different devices to do that, so he has to change quickly with these assistive devices. I mean, this also needs cognitive skills.
You've called it perfectly, Sue. He seems to have a lot of different pieces of machinery to operate different tasks. But it's good work as a Japanese pilot. Just make sure that he has completed the task. You can see there's one red bar above his name. That was from task number 4, which was executed incorrectly for Toshika Ogura, as he checks again. The door is closed, then he'll go back to climbing down the final ramp, as this is the 6th and final challenge of the WHL, the powered wheelchair race. There the arm comes back around. He's had a few problems with it. And there it is, back in position, gets the all clear to go down the ramp. Game control is absolutely key. There is the finish line. 82 points scored at 6 minutes 21.
Wow, it's so cool to watch these guys on those powered electric wheelchairs. And Sue Berchi is also back from commentating. Sue, that's really impressive, is it?
It is, and they all did a great job with their devices that they had.
We have a look at the Swiss guy, Florian Hauser. He's actually running up the ramp. That almost scares me. Does it scare you too?
I think that he is really a goer. I mean, he just flew through this parkour, and it's impressive. And I think that he's also going like this through his life.
Now we see him using that robot arm, opening a door. I would say it takes a long while to open the door, and also the other teams. It's a lot of technique. Is that really useful in daily life to have such a slow door opener?
Well, we can really discuss about that, because it's really a little bit slow. I mean, we're talking about the technique, which is really unique, that it is possible. But if it's useful, or also if the general population would accept it, I question that.
We'll talk later about that topic, and we'll just have a little break. We'll be back with more races and more information about the wheelchair race. Just in a minute, we'll be back.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner.
Zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom versorgt. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
CYBATHLON moves people and technology. Schultes Clinic is medical partner.
Ο λόγος που να συμμετέχουμε στο CYBATHLON είναι επειδή το CYBATHLON είναι ένας διαγωνισμός ο οποίος είναι μια μοναδική εμπειρία για τα μέλη και για τους συμμετέχοντες. Όχι μόνο για την πρόοδος και προβολή των projects και των δημιουργημάτων που προκύπτει μέσα στο διαγωνισμό αυτόν, αλλά για ανταλλαγή ιδεών καθώς και συζήτηση για να δει ο κόσμος και τα μέλη καθώς οι συμμετέχοντες την καινοτομία και όλα τα τεχνολογικά επιτεύγματα που δημιουργούνται μέσα από αυτόν τον διαγωνισμό και από αυτή τη μοναδική εμπειρία που υπάρχει.
This is CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition, and dear friends, we're in the second day with a lot of exciting races. If you want to know more about the teams, about the pilots, about anything about CYBATHLON, go to our website, cybathlon.com. You'll find many informations. And now we're actually in the middle of the powered wheelchair races. There's a lot more to come, and this is what you can expect in the next hour.
Mastering an obstacle course with a prosthetic leg. This is what awaits the pilots of the next discipline. Can they manage to balance an object at the same time? The Powered Leg Prosthesis Race in the next hour at the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
The Powered Leg Prosthesis Race, you will see that the next hour, so good reason to stay tuned. We keep going with the Powered Wheelchair Race, and there's still Sue Berchi with me. Let's have a look at that parkour in the competition. We're actually at the beginning, and you told me at the beginning that that's really something like in life. You can actually occur these obstacles, and you said you could only do the first two, actually. So let's have a look at that table. What's the problem with the table, actually?
Well, with this table, there is no problem for me.
Just go there and
exactly. I mean, these are normal tables that I can go underneath. Look, so this would be really fine.
But that's very important that you actually have a wheelchair, so you can go to every normal table, actually.
Absolutely, because I mean, for eating, drinking, working, we need a table that we can go underneath. And it's very important that your wheelchair is adjusted also to your body. And a lot of people which are really tall, they have like difficulties because they also have like bigger wheels. I have 26 inches and they maybe have 28 or 30 inches. And so their seating position is getting higher, and they also usually have also problems then to go underneath. And there's also the problem, if they squeeze in, they maybe hurt their legs and they don't feel it. So this is dangerous.
So very important that also the electric wheelchairs can go up and down, lower, so they can fit all these things. And then the next one, that's the slalom. You said that's the easiest one for you, maybe. But you only have one hand now to roll. Do you do slalom for fun? Just.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, go ahead. Sue Berchi in the slalom, the second task actually in the parkour of the wheelchair electric race. And it seems that you're actually faster than the ones with the electric wheelchair.
Well, this is my only advantage, I think. Yeah, I mean, I'm pushing really accurate. I mean, I'm used to it, to push. I'm trained, so I can really go through these tables with no problem.
But then on the other tasks, that's actually then very hard. This one, that doesn't look that hard, but it only maybe, what is that, 5 centimeters? That's too... That bothers you too much to go over it, does it?
Well, let's show it. So I'm coming here. Now I would have, to bend over and then to come over here. But then I would have to, look, I have to push, and I have to be really on it. So the next one, I have to push again and go over it. But now here, I'm stuck, because here you have like this little more wheelies which are stuck into here, so I would have to balance and to go over it.
What do you do then in reality when that happens?
You don't want to know. Maybe I'm using words which are not that nice and appropriate. But look here, I would have to push, and if somebody's with me, I would just ask for help, you know, that he's going through with me. Otherwise, if I'm really alone and I have to go through it, I will go on 2 wheels and, you know, going one by one, but it would be really difficult, and I'm not that keen to do it.
We don't want to crash, so I will help you to come out here, if that's okay for you.
Maybe
Shall I
just
push?
turn.
Shall we go backwards?
No, I just turn and go backwards, okay? Whoa. Look, no, I'm stuck.
Now you're stuck.
What are we doing?
What are we doing now? Sue Berchi is a pro. She can do it, no problem. So here she comes. Well, we see that it's very challenging to do all these things, and it's very challenging for all the teams, and we want to get to know to those teams. Here's the team portrait, please.
The unique stair climbing device helps our pilot to climb stairs stably and quickly.
I trust I'll be free, and I'm sure our team will win the competition.
That's one of 3 Japanese teams, and Sue, the Japanese teams, they're quite exciting. They're a big part of CYBATHLON.
Yeah, I mean, Japanese has really a big culture, I think also a disability culture, because when I was doing sports, I remember that Japanese teams and Japanese competitors were really prominent, and they were also very skilled and good.
So let's have a look at all the other teams later, but is there one specific wheelchair that impressed you a lot now when you remember the different teams?
Well, when I, you know, just from the I like, you know, really keen wheelchairs that are really sober and small. And the one that we have seen in the trailer with this MS patient, I don't remember the name, from Switzerland, I really like this really small wheelchair. I mean, with this you can, I think, maneuver through the day, and it was also fitting for most people, I think. But then when it goes to capacity to go over all these obstacles, I'm really fan about the wheelchair of the second Swiss team.
The Skevo, I think.
The Skevo, exactly. And we also saw that Florian was he was like one with his wheelchair.
Oh, Florian Hauser, of course, he's the fast one.
I mean, he was fast, but also the wheelchair was really obeying him. It did what he wanted. So we see that the techniques and also the pilot, they were really trained, but also the technical team, they were able to meet his needs, because he is tetraplegic and he has special needs. So his functions are very limited, but they were able to meet his needs. So this is, I think, admiring.
Very good. So now we have a look at all the teams. We want to know what 4 teams were the fastest. Here's our summary of our electric wheelchair race.
The powered wheelchair race offered real rally character. That's technology pushed to the limit. The newly designed task ramp and door is solved in different ways. The pilots used various robotic aids to open the door. What a variety of gripper arms. Florian Hauser from the Swiss team HSR Enhanced is the big favorite for the victory. Florian has won the CYBATHLON 2016 and also the wheelchair series taking place in Kawasaki last year. As usual, he succeeds in showing a great race. As expected, Florian qualifies for the top 4. But was the performance good enough to win? Florian's big challenger is Yuri Larin from the Russian team Caterwheel. He is also fast on track. Yuri and Florian are good friends, but also tough competitors. Yuri masters the stairs without any problems. Like Florian, he also qualifies for the top 4. Who else will make it into the top 4? There are 4 teams from Japan who have ambitions. Here the team CIT from Chiba with pilot Taketsu Abe. This wheelchair looks like a tank, but seems to have a great suspension. It rolls really smoothly over the rough terrain. But then, before the tilted path, a technical problem. The wheelchair stands still. The team has to stop and therefore ends up on the 7th and last place. Another team from Japan is called OECU and Artex and comes from Osaka. Pilot Toshiki Ogura solves the first task quickly. Other teams lose more time here. But Toshiki's wheelchair cannot climb stairs. A disadvantage that costs the team 18 points and thus the place in the top 4. What about the RT movers from Wakayama? The team with pilot Morita Masanori is racing in the corridors of the university. Their preparation was difficult because the team manager is currently working as a guest professor in Zurich and has not been training with the team. But communication seems to have worked well. The team solves the task smoothly and quickly. Reaching the last task with the door, it gets really tight. Look at the rear wheel on the right. The orange wheel cover falls off, but the performance is enough for the top 4. The last Japanese team to compete is Fortissimo from Keio. Pilot Hiroshi Nojima is an experienced athlete. As a skier, he has already participated in 2 Paralympics. This team is strong, but has a lot of trouble on the stairs, and thus loses a considerable amount of time. In the end, however, the team lives up to the expectations and qualifies for the top 4. Hiroshi snatches Christian Rusterholz's last place in the top 4. The Swiss pilot from Team Skevo can solve all the tasks, but spends the most time in doing so and therefore finishes 5th. Christian loses important seconds at the door. Too bad for him that the door closes and he has to start again. However, Christian has no trouble closing the door. That looks very elegant. A nice finish to his race. Here's the ranking. At the bottom, 2 Japanese teams. In contrast to the more successful teams, these 2 were not able to solve all the tasks. Christian Rusterholz ends up 5th, although he was able to solve all the tasks. In the top 4 are, in alphabetical order, as expected, the 2 favorites Florian Hauser and Yuri Larin. Their competitors are the Japanese drivers Hiroshi Nojima and Morita Masanori. Will the favorites be victorious, or will we see a surprise?
2 Japanese teams, a Russian team and a Swiss team in the top 4, but the Skevo, actually the favorite team, I say, from Suberci, is not in the top 4. Was that a disappointment for you?
No, I was not disappointed. I mean, I was just telling you that I really liked how it is made of. But then the capacity of it, it's another question.
But they have some problems with the challenge, with the championships, because 4 years ago they were not as good as well, but they're already on the market. How can you explain this?
You're asking me a big question. How can I explain it? So maybe they're on the market. I mean, everybody can go on the market. But anyhow, the end user is deciding what he's buying or not. So there must be something that the end user likes. And so that's why the reason they're on the market, and maybe they're also successful. I don't know.
So there's Skevo more for the market and the other wheelchairs maybe for the race. Now we have the Japanese, 2 Japanese teams. How surprised are you that those 2 teams are in the top 4?
I'm not that surprised. As I told you, Japanese technology is really common. I mean, also, I think also the car technology. I mean, I have seen also that they're building other wheelchairs for athletes. And no, Honda, I don't remember which one. But they're really skilled, and also they're using always in new technology and new material to make it lighter, to make it more robust, or yeah, also to have some new add-on. So Japan is really a leading country in, I think, assistive technology development.
Yeah, with 4 teams actually taking part. And we have 2 Japanese teams in top 4, a Swiss team and also a Russian team. Let's have a closer look to that Russian team.
Лет назад я получил травму и передвигаюсь в коляске. У нас в команде дружеские доверительные отношения. Наше общение не заканчивается только работой и соревнованиями, но также и в повседневной жизни продолжаем общаться. Моя мечта – это дайвинг. Хочу спуститься на дно моря, океана, под водой поплавать, посмотреть подводный мир.
Underwater, that's the dream of Yuri from Russia. Far away there, to go underwater. Is that a dream for you as well?
I do dive.
You do dive?
Yeah.
But you don't need an electric wheelchair then?
No, I don't know what he's doing with the electric wheelchair underneath the sea. I don't know.
What fascinates you about diving?
Well, you can go down and then it's also performance. I liked also to go through the racks and so on. Then you have to control your breath, and then also it controls your balance. So it's a lot of technical aspects also, but then also the undersea world. It's beautiful to see all the...
Is it also something where you can be like free, where the paraplegia doesn't make any difference?
This is the big advantage of diving. Yeah, you're underneath and you're just calm, and then your body floats away. It's great.
Very good. Now, Yuri, we just saw him, the Russian guy, and Florian Hauser, the Swiss guy, they have a special friendship. They actually met 4 years ago at CYBATHLON 2016. And even though they're thousands of kilometers away, there's a very special friendship. Have a look.
Yo, Yuri.
Hello, Flo.
How are you?
It's okay.
Friendship between me and Yuri doesn't need many words. It's enough when we fight for the same thing. Are you ready for the CYBATHLON?
Yes.
Yuri, the best of us will win, okay? And don't drive in the table.
Fucking table?
Yes. The fucking table.
Bye, Flo.
See you soon, Yuri. The friendship of me and Yuri is very cool because in the competition we fight really hard against each other, but in the end we fight both for the same, for the need of handicapped peoples. The more I drive with my motorbicycle, the more I lost the respect for it. And then in one curve, I've lost the control over my motorbicycle, and a second later, there was a big bang, and I have no air to breathe, and I screamed to my friends, "Come, pick me out." And I immediately feel I'm paralyzed, and that was exactly here. After my accident, a new life begins, and so I saw it in a positive way to get positive out of there, and I did it. During my daily life, I need a lot of help. But the peoples around me give me always that help, and that makes me very happy. After the accident, I still have a life that works. I still have a lot of friends, a lot of good friends who are always with me and help me in every situation. And my girlfriend is also a big part. She do so much for me to give me also the feeling that I'm free and that I'm a normal person and not a handicapped person. For me, CYBATHLON is such big because he shows the need of handicapped people in a competition and not in a sad way. We change some small details and train hard every week, but we're really looking forward to CYBATHLON and we are fucking ready.
We don't say that again, but it seems that Florian Hauser is really ready. I welcome now Professor Roger Gassert. He's a Professor of Rehabilitation Engineering at ETH Zurich and also Vice President of the Strategic Board of CYBATHLON. Roger, that's a great story, is it?
Thanks, Stefan. Great to be back. Yes, it's an amazing story and it's very touching.
And it also shows that assistive technologies can really help to include people with physical disabilities in life, actually.
Indeed, and I have the pleasure of knowing Florian a bit, and he's showed me a lot of contraptions that he's built himself, using like a retractable dog leash to close the door again and things like that to make his daily life a bit easier.
How important are people like Florian for the CYBATHLON?
I mean, they are the core ingredient of the CYBATHLON, but I think they're, very important beyond that. Florian also contributes to a lecture that I teach for medical students at ETH to show them, how technology can help, where the challenges are. I think he's just an incredible messenger, and of course, he's just a fantastic person to be around and to interact with.
Suberci, Florian Hauser, is he also inspiring for you personally?
Well, I would say he's a colleague. We have the same, no, not the same. We have both a disability, and I think that we know how to deal with it, yeah.
Okay, good. Now, we see a very friendship between two competitors, actually. How is it with the researchers? Are there friendships as well?
Oh, absolutely. And I think the twist that the CYBATHLON has given this has really also contributed to that. We're unfortunately in our field we tend to work towards what we can value, and that's mostly publications and getting funding, and that has led to a lot of developments that are developed to some point, not really tested with people like Florian, and then people move on to the next development. And the CYBATHLON has really taken away that aspect a bit and given us the more human part, this interaction, this teamwork, and also sharing experience among the teams. So I think that's a really valuable contribution of the CYBATHLON.
So it was like this in 2016, I'm sure, but how did it develop in the last 4 years?
Well, I feel we ran the scientific symposium again about a month ago, and what I really felt there is that we see even more end-user involvement. We see Maria Fossati, who is herself a design engineer and who has contributed to this. We see, Florian's been in this team from the very beginning. So I think we really see that shift. I mean, in my lab, we never had so much interaction with people with disabilities as we did for the preparation of the CYBATHLON. So it's changed the way we approach the topic. It's changed the network we have where we can get input also early on. So I think it's this is growing, and there's still a long way to go, but I'm really excited about this development.
Thank you very much. So what would you say? How much does the CYBATHLON help to include people?
I mean, the CYBATHLON, it's really the platform for bridging this message from research into practice, as I already said. And as also you said, it's really important to have this participatory research approach, that you're including affected people, because you have like the great mind, you have the solutions, but I think also technology has to understand what are the needs and how, and what are the difficulties also that these people are facing. And I think that it's a great way that you're going.
I'm sure it is a great way. There's the fan.
I couldn't agree more, and we've learned so much along the way, right? We see, as an engineer, I see somebody who's in a wheelchair who's not walking. Obviously, my immediate thought is I need to make that person walk again, rather than actually approaching that person and asking, do you have other challenges in your daily life that we can maybe solve together first?
Very good. Well, the powered wheelchair is actually in the focus at the CYBATHLON races, but we shall not forget to improve the normal wheelchairs as well. Here's one example. To come forward with a normal wheelchair, the shoulder is very important, but also very vulnerable. So to protect the shoulder, the sitting position can change a lot. And Orthotech, it's a company that provides tools for disabled people and is working exactly on that problem.
Wheelchair users heavily rely on their arms to get around every day. However, the shoulders are not equipped to bear the same level of impact as the legs, and this results in frequent pain and joint injuries, which often lead to surgery. Prevention is better than cure. The seating position is crucial to preventing pain and injury. Having the right position reduces the force needed to move forward, which results in less tension and strain on the shoulder joint. Although the average wheelchair can be adjusted, it cannot be done in advance, and with some models, certain adjustments are not possible. Every individual is different and requires a unique customized seating position. Up until now, a tool to achieve this has been non-existent. The Swiss Paraplegic Group from Nordville offers paraplegics comprehensive solutions and care, as well as lifelong support. Nordville is also home to wheelchair sports and provides its expertise to athletes. The athlete's success correlates with the optimized seating position. This is especially true in fast-paced disciplines on the racetrack, where aerodynamics and power transmission from the shoulders and arms to the track are the key to success. A team of experts comprised of Swiss paraplegic researchers, specialists from Orthotech and the ETH Zurich have developed a new way of measuring the efficiency of the power transmission. The result is the ergometer, which tests and compares different positions in order to identify the individual's optimal seating position in a very short period of time. The ergometer will revolutionize wheelchair sports and benefit the average wheelchair user in every way. This innovation will also result in significantly fewer shoulder injuries and increase the quality of life for wheelchair users around the globe.
Orthotech, one of our partners, and Sue Berchi, those shoulder problems, you know them, I'm sure.
Yes, I know them. Unfortunately, I know them.
How did you react on those shoulder problems? How bad is it?
Well, right now it's not that bad, but it could get bad because our shoulders, we use them daily. I mean, it's not only for pushing the wheelchair, but also doing transfer. You always have to lift yourself. So when we are getting older, I think that everybody is having shoulder pain, shoulder arthritis, and this is, I think, a health condition that can be prevented with a good seating position, as this movie just showed.
Did you do something else? Did you do therapy for your shoulder? Or actually you played wheelchair tennis? That doesn't help either, does it?
No, it didn't. It doesn't help. But right now, I mean, I'm very keen also to having a good seating position and also then to push also appropriately. But also, I'm also training a lot. I'm doing a lot of gym exercising to strengthen my shoulder, but then also stretching and so on. And right now, luckily, I don't have any shoulder problems right now.
That's good to hear. Roger Gassert, those things actually Orthotech develops, how important are they?
I think that's it's extremely important. If you want to optimize something, you first need to better understand what's actually happening. And I think having a test rig like that for optimizing, for better investigating where this shoulder pain comes from, then you can develop better therapies. But you can also start thinking about how we can improve wheelchair technology to at least reduce it and allow people, because I guess the main risk is once you develop severe shoulder pain, at some point you will not be able to use a manual wheelchair anymore, and I think that's something very important for these people, so to allow them to stay in a manual wheelchair as long as possible.
Very good. Now we're heading back to the wheelchair race. We have 2 more Japanese teams waiting, and here's the first one.
Our aim is
to create the future on mobility. This vehicle is the RT Mover P-Type WA Mark II. He is our pilot, Masanori Morita. He has a spinal cord injury, paraplegia completely, and he has also partially paralysis of his left hand, and his eyesight of left eye is weakened. After an accident more than 35 years ago, he became a wheelchair user. Our team is looking forward to participating in CYBATHLON.
We have 4 Japanese teams, and Roger Gassert, Japan is big in electric wheelchair. Why is it like this?
Oh, I think it has to do with the incredible interest and tradition the Japanese have in robotics, in fine mechanics, advanced technology. I think they're also extremely good in reiterating and improving. So it doesn't surprise me at all that we have a lot of teams, first of all. There's also a lot of good support for this, and also that we see just extremely impressive machines on the races.
We've seen that machine which actually goes up the stairs by moving the wheels. What do you think about that technique?
Well, I mean, as an engineer, I find it extremely impressive, the ability to construct something like that, to be able to do. I think anything that wiggles you around like that and has a risk of instability may not be the most convenient to sit in as a wheelchair user, but I'm guessing that that approach would allow you to overcome certain obstacles that you would probably not be able to overcome that easily with the tracks that we have seen on some of the other wheelchairs.
There are different obstacles in the wheelchair race, and we have a closer look at these obstacles. So it actually starts with the table, where they have to go under the table. So it's very important that the wheelchair can go lower. Then we have the slalom, which is very hard. How hard is it technically to do a slalom?
I think the slalom itself is not that challenging for the teams. It has to mostly do with the fact that we want them to not build too big of a machine, because as Sue said, nicely, if you're in a restaurant, you don't want to take half of the tables and the waiter along with you as you leave. So in everyday life, that's very important, or to be able to turn in an elevator, and that's what we're simulating with this slalom.
And then we saw the third one. You were struggling a lot with that one, with the normal chair. But that's also hard with the electric wheelchair.
It's impressive to see, how little of a step you need, or of an irregular pattern, that you can really get somebody into trouble with the wheelchair, especially when you have these small wheels. The one entering the trains of the SBB in Switzerland, when you have that gap between the track and the train, is already a big challenge for many wheelchair users.
Then we have the stair, and then we have the tilted ramp, and at the end the door. And to open a door with a robotic arm, that's very hard.
We've seen that it is. We've seen that it is possible, but as Sue said, it's a very high-tech approach right now. And thinking back of what I said yesterday after the arm prosthesis race, we may be able to still identify something that is a bit more right tech, so a bit simpler, but still helps with this big challenge, because many of the doors are extremely heavy, and it's already difficult for me to open them. So
especially the hotel rooms. So hello to all the architects from hotel doors. Please change this. Now we have 4 Japanese teams. One is missing. Here you get some more information about that. He's actually the oldest pilot in this race.
We are Prosthesis from Keio University.
私の名前は野島博と申します。17歳の時に交通事故に遭い、それ以来41年間車椅子に乗っています。41年間のうちに1998年と2006年2回アルペンスキーでパラリンピックに出場しています。よろしくお願いします。サイバスロンを知ったのは大学の知り合いの方から紹介をされ、パイロットになってくれないかと依頼を受けて、始めました。最初は私、手動式の普段車椅子を乗っているので、電動車椅子についてはあまり、興味が実はなかったので、私がやることではないかなと感じました。そうですね、特に、階段については毎日のように苦戦しておりますので 昨年、3位に甘んじたので、今年は絶対優勝するぞという、つもりでワンチームで頑張っております。そうですね、階段の他にも狭いところに入れなかったりとか、あと、高いところが取れなかったりとか、あと階段についてもまっすぐだけじゃなくて螺旋階段のように回ってる階段もあるので、そんな階段とかにも挑戦してみたいなと思います。
That was our last Japanese team, and that guy, he was twice a Paralympic athlete. So I think being a Paralympic athlete, that also helps for the Cybathlon.
Well, it has two aspects. You're sportive and you know what competition is, so it's a good add-on.
So he's used to the competition. Now, 4 teams will be compete against each other. What do you think, who will be the winner? Your tip?
Florian.
Florian, one tip. Roger?
I will also have to go with Florian. I know the team and I'm just very excited about that. But I would just like to underline that the competition is a tremendously important part. But just as we just saw in this video, the journey that these pilots and teams go together, independent, who will win, is just amazing and impressive. And we shouldn't forget about that part either.
Yeah, we're looking forward and are excited about who will be the winner. And now we have a look out to the world, because many teams are watching us right now live, because they have recorded their races by themselves, but they don't know how they are compared to the other. And here they are, Florian Hauser on the left side and bottom side, and many others watching us from all the world. Hello, good to see you. And now we want to know, everyone wants to know who will be the winner in the powered wheelchair race. So enjoy.
Powered wheelchair finale. 2 Japanese teams go up against the best from Russia and the defending champions, Switzerland. And we get right into the action. This will be a thriller. But the question is, can anybody beat Florian Hauser? There is the Russian. There is the second Japanese team. And, of course, the defending champ, Hauser himself, ready to go. Looked so impressive earlier today. Let's go to Fortissimo with Hiroshi Niojima, who gets his challenge underway. Now, friendship, fusion and future. First task is impressive, Sue, but you see from the finalists, the speed of movement is so quick. First task is achieved. First green light, 16 points on the board. Now into the slalom.
Yeah, we see here that it's a very interesting solution that they chose for the wheelchair with this slope, with these wheels and ropes.
Now, this is the man that everybody's got to beat, Florian Hauser. Look how quickly he goes through that slalom. He's a superhero in Switzerland, and he really does push it to the limit, Sue. This is great to watch.
Yeah, this is like mountain biking, I think. He's really running over these obstacles.
This could be the main challenge, perhaps, for the defending champ Hauser. And this is Yuri Larin of Russia. He's an experienced cybathlon athlete, 6th in this race last year. Then RT Movers is the second Japanese team. The RT stands for rough terrain. Successful in the first task and looking good in slalom in the second task here. There's the second green light for Morita Masanori. And both the Japanese teams are looking strong here. Now let's go back to Hauser's suit. And again, this is where he really is brave, pushing the machinery to the limit, up and down the stairs.
Yeah, we can see that he's really competitive. He's just going through the task. He has no fear. I mean, it's impressive how they solve those challenges.
Here's Laurie. That reverse technique with his wheelchair, but then spins the wheelchair around to go back down the stairs in front mode. Now to Fortissimo. 14 seconds off the pace of the Swiss leader. Oh, and a little bit of a problem on the stairs. And we've seen the caterpillars struggle just a little bit on the stairs before. But look at Hauser here. He's already on the last task. He's absolutely flying, easily in the lead. The defending champion can do no wrong. Confidence is high, but what is most impressive is the time. He is on the 6th and final task, and he's only got 2 minutes 35 on the clock. Florian Hauser raising his game with sporting excellence when he needs it most. But here is the precision part of his challenge, and this is looking faultless, Sue.
He really did excellent. I mean, but also his wheelchair seems really fitted to him. So, and it seems also that it's very high technical wheelchair.
And there is the closure of the door. Releases and he closes and crosses the line. That is an amazing time. 3 minutes 04, 100 points, clean score from start to finish, and that is special. That will take some beating. The defending champion, Florian Hauser of Switzerland, has smashed the time. And understandably, is absolutely delighted. Could the defending champion have done enough to take his 2nd CYBATHLON gold?
Just excellent.
Surely the chase is on for the minor places now. Silver and bronze is up for grabs. Look at the time difference. He's almost a minute behind Hauser. This is Yuri Larin of the Katowice Russian team coming to the end of his challenge. Yuri knows he's not going to take the gold, but he was 6th in this race 4 years ago and goes into 2nd position. That is a brilliant performance and a massive improvement from the Katowice team. Well, Ivan Nezorov is there to congratulate his pilot. An exceptional performance. So that leaves 2 Japanese teams in the battle for the bronze and 4th medal position. And it looks like Fortissimo are ahead for that bronze medal. RT Movers struggling just a little. Still 2 tasks to be completed for Morita. Working on the control pad across this tiled path. Again, Sue, this is an all-important task for daily use of the wheelchair, but so easily can go wrong.
Exactly. It's really hard to drive over obstacles which are uneven, and also then to keep up the gravity, and also then to drive this wheelchair properly.
Now, Hiroshi Nojima just needs to close the door. You can see the arm, the robotic arm, just closing that door, and it looks like Fortissimo are looking good to take the bronze medal. The best of the 2 Japanese team, as it needs to be, shut properly, close that door. Then the robotic arm put back into position. And Nojima takes the bronze medal. 3rd position for Fortissimo. 5 minutes, 38 seconds. Nobody can get close to Florian Hauser and the HSR Enhanced team, with Fortissimo still clearly delighted with 3rd position and a bronze medal. Good work for the Japanese team. And here, the last of the 4 finalists is Morita Masanori from the RT RUS Terrain Movers team. He's already got the robotic arm to open the door. He knows he's not won here, Sue, but he's still focused to close out the challenge. 4th position in the final is still a big achievement.
It is. I mean, every team is accomplishing great work. And we see here also the challenge, how the pilot is using the technology to go through this door, that it needs a lot of setup.
So the robotic arm will close the door. There's a lovely lateral movement of the pilot's position there. That allows him to close the door behind him, then go down the ramp and head to the finish lane. This is the team that have taken 4th position, RT Movers. And the second Japanese team, Fortissimo, has taken their bronze medal. But the story of the powered wheelchair race is all about the defending champion, Florian Hauser. This is a good finish from RT Movers. Look at the clock, 6:14. Down the ramp, heads for the line. 4th position for Masanori. And it's Florian Hauser who wins the competition for Switzerland.
Races, and here we see Florian Hauser, the winner of this race. Congratulations already to Florian Hauser, but all the teams, well done. We had a lot of fun watching you for your great effort and everything, your passion. That's really great to see at this CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. Let's have a look at the graphics. We have in first place, as we said before, Florian Hauser. Then we have on second place Yuri Lorin from Russia. And then we have the 2 Japanese team, Hiroshi Noyama and Masanori Morita. And now we have Florian Hauser connected live from back home. We saw him already cheering. Excuse me, but of course we want to know a little bit more how he felt during the race. So I'm asking Florian Hauser, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Very good. Congratulations to you and to the whole team, of course. Very well done.
Thank you so much. It was so great.
How is We were actually a little bit laughing because you should actually become a Formula 1 star. You were so fast. Was that a perfect race for you?
That was really perfect. We are 1.5 minutes better than last time in Japan. And that's the training and that's the team. And I don't know where the road is going to 1 minute. Maybe CYBATHLON have to bring a new task. I don't know. But it's really great.
Now, you were the winner in 2016. You're the winner again. What does that mean to you to be second time the winner at CYBATHLON?
Second once in a lifetime moment, I don't know. It's very big, really. I'm so happy.
We actually know that we have
win back to my team. That's so important for that much work that all the people put in it.
We know that you have a big friendship with Yuri, who actually became second. How important is that Yuri is second and you can fight against each other?
I know he's always close behind me, and that gives the effort, do not sleep, and give always the best. So we push each other to the limit. That's very great.
We were talking about the work. Actually, how much work is it? How much training is it with your team?
I think that's maybe one part of us. We train a lot with the pilot and have a lot of discussion between the team and the pilot. That makes us fast. And in front of a race, the training is more, so we train 2 or 3 times a week. And between the years, it is not so much training, it is more development, yes. And we are together since 4 years now, and I think that is the result that you see today.
Thank you very much. Congratulations one more time. What are you going to do tonight? Have a party? Well, pandemic, yes. While it's not so easy, but maybe a small party?
You know it from 2016. Now we can't drink.
Thank you very much. All the best, Florian Hauser and the whole team. Congratulations one more time. Very well done.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, yeah, that was really a great race too. It's really impressive. He's such a good guy. He's so happy and everything. That's impressive.
It's just heartwarming, and I think the whole team, it's great. I mean, you feel that they're one family.
And Roger, actually, you were right. You both said that Florian will be the winner. All good.
Oh, I think there's still a way to go. By the way, herzliche Gratulation, Flo and team. Yeah, I'm really excited, and as Sue said, I think that's just the most important ingredient. Is it's just a well-harmonized team all working together. Sue already mentioned, you know, maybe these kind of machines in daily life is not fully optimized. So I think we can still refine the tasks to push these technologies to really be more applicable in daily life. But I mean, from all the teams, it's just a fantastic achievement.
And they pushed the limits, and we can have a look again really at the race of Florian Hauser. He actually went down the stairs quite fast. Well, actually, there was a kind of a, oh, that's what I mean. It's kind of scary, is it?
It is scary, but I think he's used to that kind of things. He doesn't seem to me that he was scared.
Is it important that you're a risky guy or a risky person to do something like that?
Oh, absolutely.
Are you risky?
Well, with the age, I'm not that risky anymore as I used to be. I'm getting fearful.
How important are pilots like Florian for the whole Cybathlon?
Well,
with that risky thing, do you have to be a crazy guy?
I think you have to be a bit crazy to compete in something like this, but again, it just shows the importance also of working together closely with the pilot, because the pilot has learned over time what the system can do, what it can't do, and he can really tickle it at its limits.
Yeah. We just see him again when he finished the race, and now he's cheering. That was the moment when he knew that he is the winner again at CYBATHLON 2020. So it was a really great race. Thank you, Sue Berchi, for joining us, for being our expert. All the best for the future. And also thanks, Roger Gasser. We'll see you later in the live stream. That was the first competition of day 2 of the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. The next race will be the powered leg prosthesis race. You don't want to miss that. We'll be back after a short break.
Success isn't just about what you accomplish in your life. It's about what you inspire others to do. Live your version of freedom of movement. We support paraplegics for a lifetime.
For you. New for Switzerland. For everyone who wants to watch more. The new streaming platform featuring Swiss films, series and documentaries, all in your language. Stream anytime, anywhere. Stream Switzerland. Play Swiss. Discover everything Switzerland has to offer.
Grüezi miteinander and welcome to CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. For those who are still watching, good to have you with us, and for everyone who has just joined our live stream, welcome in the architecture building on the campus Hüngerberg, which belongs to the ETH Zurich. Here, all the Swiss teams did their races, and here in Zurich, actually this architecture building is also a robotic laboratory building with many different robotic arms where some things are built, but we used it also for doing the races. Now we have on this hill, Campus Hüngerberg, very nice, a little bit above Zurich, even cows around. And when you're learning up here and doing research, you can hear the cowbells ring. So yeah, Switzerland, as you know, cows are almost everywhere. But here we don't want to talk about cows. We want to talk about CYBATHLON, about the races lying ahead of us. CYBATHLON 2020 is a special edition. You know, teams could not come to Switzerland. We had to do the races in their countries. So on these tracks, they built themselves, they recorded their races, they sent it to Zurich, and we put it together in one show. 51 teams, I'm sorry, 51 teams, of course, are with us from all over the world in 20 different countries, and they're joining us sometimes over the live streams. We actually translate this live stream into 7 different languages. They're subtitled, and it's also being translated into sign language. So thanks to everyone. We're really happy that we can do the CYBATHLON 2020 despite the worldwide pandemic. It's great to see that all the teams are happy and really working with passion on that project and make it happen that CYBATHLON 2020 can take part. So we had the first race of today. It was the electric wheelchair race. We saw the wheelchairs going up and down the stairs, and our next race will be the powered leg prosthesis race. And if you haven't heard about CYBATHLON too much yet, we're going to show you now what it's all about.
CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. An event where pilots with disabilities and technology developers perform at their best. Who will win? Over 50 teams take part from countries around the globe. Who has developed the best technology together with their pilot? Competitions are held in 6 separate disciplines. It's all about solving tasks of everyday life. In the powered arm prosthesis race, the pilots with an amputation or dysmelia have to manipulate and feel hidden objects with their prosthetic arms. In the powered exoskeleton race, pilots with a paralysis of the legs have to master a course with exoskeletons. And in the powered wheelchair race, pilots with a walking disability must even maneuver their robotic wheelchairs over stairs. In the BCI discipline, the pilots with a paralysis at the neck level compete in a computer game using only the power of thought. In the power leg prosthesis race, pilots with above-knee amputation or dysmelia use prosthetic legs to overcome everyday obstacles. And in the functional electrical stimulation bike race, pilots ride a bike as fast as possible by applying an external current that makes their paralyzed leg muscles contract. Who will win? Required are agility, precision, concentration, and endurance. Advanced technologies can make life easier for people with disabilities. At the CYBATHLON, equal opportunities are a priority. Technology, competitive spirit, and emotions. That's the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
The red apples, they're red because you're not allowed to touch them, and they're part of the tasks for the powered leg prosthesis race we're gonna watch as the next championship, next race. And I now welcome Lukas Christen. He's a former Paralympic athlete. His discipline was the 100-meter sprint, 200 meters and long jump. You have won 5 world champion titles and 7 Olympic gold medals. That's incredible. And today you're a management consultant and a coach. Lukas, tell us a little bit more about your Paralympic career.
It started in 1992. I was kind of a newcomer and could make it to the top from the beginning, and that set me a bit under pressure. But by that time already I had very good support from the people who constructed and helped to improve my sports processes very much. And that gave me confidence, and by then I learned how much it helps and how important the impact from the technical side is. That's why I'm very fond of what's going on here at the CYBATHLON, and I'm sure that it's going to increase the ability of the athletes to go even further. And it's very close to my heart and to my life, of course.
That's what I actually wanted to ask. Paralympics is not the same as a CYBATHLON. Both are races, both are championships. But what's the main difference for you between CYBATHLON and the Paralympics?
The CYBATHLON is more focused on everyday's life. These are the obstacles you come across in everyday's life. And that's a competition from my side, which is it's tougher, because in sports, you have trained specifically these movements. It's quite a close branch of problems you have to go through, and everyday's life is full of surprises and things you do not expect. And then to react on a reflex basis on these problems, and on the other hand, can rely on a very well developed and sufficient leg. That's the combination, and I'm really fond of the ideas and the steps forward having been made in these technical developments.
Very good. You already said that those tasks are from daily life. We saw the apples on the plate you have to carry around, and how that powered leg prosthesis race really works. We're going to show you now.
Mastering an obstacle course with a prosthetic leg. That's the goal in this discipline. The pilots climb stairs, do balancing acts, or get up from a sofa. Additional difficulty, the pilots must always carry or balance an object on the course. This requires good coordination and skill. Whoever solves most of the tasks in the shortest possible time wins.
The powered leg prosthesis with several tasks the athletes have to fulfill. Now, Lukas, Christian, let's have a closer look to the parkour. You have prosthesis yourself. What would be the hardest part for you?
It's probably the one here with the inclined plane. Yes.
This one here with the tilted ramp, actually?
You have an additional interference. It's that you're not used to that incline. Exactly. And then you have to take in an additional challenge. The steps you're used to and all the obstacles on the ground you're more or less used to. This is something that you come not across very often. That's the reason why I would say I would consider this the most difficult part.
Okay. We also see the wooden boxes afterwards a little bit more. I would say jumping on, over and into wooden boxes, that's not really daily life. So what does it, why does it make sense to make it like this?
Well, it's a surprise, and you have to deal with these unknown situations, and it's going to train your brain. And that's why I think it's very important to have these situations taken into the course at the CYBATHLON, and they challenge you on a thing that you're not used to.
Jumping over wooden boxes. Now we have several teams competing against each other, and we want to have a closer look to them. Here's our first Swiss team.
Ich bin André Frei, komme aus dem Rheintal. Die Amputation, die ich habe, ist über dem Knie. Der Grund für das war ein Rollerunfall.
Das Circleg, das Prothesensystem, ist sehr modular aufgebaut. Wir haben ein rein mechanisches System, also wir setzen eigentlich keine Elektronik ein und versuchen wie mit den geringsten Mitteln die höchste Funktionalität zu erreichen. Der André ist sehr sportlich und aktiv und braucht seine Prothese wirklich so bis ans Limit.
In meinem Traum wäre ich Formel-1-Fahrer, aber das ist darum ist es ein Traum, oder?
Our Swiss team with a very special prosthesis, and you're laughing because of the Formula One dream?
Well, being on the course with that kind of prosthesis is close to Formula One. They have chosen a more, I would say, a basic technique, which makes it easier to maneuver because you do not have the interferences of possible technical failures. So you really can rely on the basic functions. And Formula One is close to that when you choose between these several systems the drivers have.
But
that's why.
If we have a look at that prosthesis again, what's special on that kind of prosthesis?
It's simple, but it's very reliable. So you know exactly, as a pilot, you know exactly what can you do and where is something you cannot rely on. So you have a simple system in your mind, you know, this, that, and the other step is possible. You can put your weight on, and that's okay.
Yeah, but there's no electricity, nothing. So
that's it. And it makes it very easy for you to know that's something I can do, that's something I cannot do. You don't even try.
It's the analog prosthesis, actually.
Yeah, that's true. And the technical devices which implement sensors and all the other stuff which we're going to see later on is more sophisticated. It provides more positive impact, and you have the wider range of movements you can do, which Circleg does not. But it's okay for everyday's life. That's fine.
What do you think the Swiss team can do in the race?
I've seen the pilot, and the pilot is a high amount of the performance. And I've had a close look at him. He's fit and he's confident and he's calm. He seems to have a mental strength, and mental strength is very, very important when it's about a leg prosthesis.
Very good. Actually, every team had 3 tries within a certain amount of time. They recorded it, and the best try counts. And we want to have a look now how that went.
Leg prosthesis race gives our pilots 6 challenges. A maximum of 100 points is the target in 4 minutes. This is Rinat Kuzhinov for Russia. Now, these tasks are very difficult indeed. Let's bring in Lucas, of course, a 5-time World Championship title holder himself. Lucas, balance and speed of movement are key to success here today.
That is exactly the challenge, Nick. We see Rinat here, which is well used to that prosthetic already. And he's focusing very much on his heel. You can see that on the prosthesis, that he can rely fully on that item. And that gives him the opportunity to focus more on his athletic challenge, which is obvious at the moment with this little obstacle here he has to go through.
Yeah, now this beam challenge, bending ability, movement control of the knee joint. Then we move on to the boxes. And what grabs my attention here, Lucas, is visibility is very difficult, as well as moving up and down the stairs.
That's true, and he has to be 100% sure that he can rely on his artificial leg fully, so that he does not have to spend any time focusing on the functionality of his artificial leg. He can focus on the sportive part of that challenge.
4 tasks have been performed with the perfect score, but speed is also part of the calculation. There is the first problem for the Russian, and he says that's it. He's made the error. He leaves that task. If you see the graphic on your screen, it goes red. That is a failed task for the Autokosmos team. And now it's all about damage limitation. The Russian will be hoping that others make errors. Not the case. Oh, it was looking so good for Rinat. And that one mistake on the penultimate task could put pay. Now, let's go to Switzerland. Circleg and Andre Frey. This gentleman is very quick with this prosthesis. Lucas, one of the favourites for the race.
Absolutely. You can see he's young, he's fit, and he's very well concentrated. And the same situation as before, he seemed to be able to rely fully on his artificial leg, which is light, which is functionally on the other hand, and that's a big advantage in that race.
Looking very comfortable, very calm in his qualification round. Onto the balancing beam.
Yeah, you can see here he's focusing on the forefoot. That means that there's no risk of falling flat with the prosthesis, and he's taking it smooth and slowly, and he's very concentrated. And you can see he has about 80% of his weight he has on his normal leg, and he's just little touch on the ground with the prosthesis, and that gives the maximum balance.
Let's take a look at the Bionic Incorporated team, Bionic M Incorporation. This is Kantaro Higuchi. Now, this is an interesting way. He's trying to get all the boxes and all the balls together, then to climb up and down the stairs. Well, he's only got one trip to make if it comes off, but this is a risky tactic, Lucas.
That's very risky. And you can see here, he's taking his time, and he has an active knee joint, and that's really outstanding. He can focus on the items he's carrying on his arms, and the leg is actually making the work for him, and that's outstanding technique. That's really outstanding.
And that is brilliant work on the stairs, almost completely blind. The green flag goes up. He's completed 4 tasks perfectly as Higuchi performing well here, looking to book his spot in the final 4. This is another very difficult task with this falling ground, really. Again, testing the balance, Lucas.
I'm surprised, man. Higuchi, he could really rely fully on his artificial leg, but he's taking it too slow from my point of view.
Lucas, let's take a close look now at Adrian Bach from the Contour 2000 team out of Poland.
Yeah. Adrian has a semi-active leg, and he can rely on his heel. You can see he's stepping on his heel, and the artificial leg is providing him the necessary stability, and that's outstanding technique as well. So he can focus with the other aspect of his mind on the challenge that he has here with his athletics.
That was a good recovery, just a slight loss of balance. Almost the pilot thought he was at the end of the beam before he got there, but a spectacular recovery from Adrian Bach here. And now he's going to make 2 trips over the staircase. There goes the box, the 2 balls, and goes back for the rest. Now let's have a quick look in the last of the qualifying round performers. This is Stefan Pott from Neurolegs. Another very interesting prosthesis here, Lucas.
Yes, it is indeed. He has a bit more to focus on the safety of not falling off, so that he has about 80% of his mental strength he has on the balancing of the items he's carrying. And you can see here as well, he can rely fully on his artificial leg, which makes a tremendous job here.
And Stefan Pott looking very good to a qualification into the top 4 finale.
Very exciting races at the powered leg prosthesis race. And I want to say we have actually only 5 teams competing. That's because of the pandemic situation. There were quite a few teams who were not able to make it to even produce their own videos, which is very bad. But we hope they will be with us within 4 years. Now, Lucas, that's fantastic what we've seen here.
It's amazing. I mean, you see these different systems of technique they use. And from the active part, which the Japanese team uses, which actually gives back the lost power you had in your common leg, it gives it back and helps you to step up on the stair.
We can actually have a look at this, the Japanese guy who takes everything together, and he has that special prosthesis. Tell us, how does it work, that prosthesis?
In the lower leg, they have put in technique which stretches the leg actively. That means it supports the pilot to step up the stairways.
We can see that right now.
Exactly. You see, he steps up, and then the power comes back, and he can climb up.
So he pushes him up.
It pushes the weight of his body up. And that's the magic moment of this prosthesis. You
told me before that you actually tried that sort of prosthesis, but there is one problem.
To me, it was one problem. In a million steps, you have one technical failure, and it doesn't function anymore. It blocks or it fails, and then you fall.
And if
you fall down the stairs, then it's a good reason why you wear a helmet. And in everyday life, you don't wear a helmet like we use the mask now. And if you fall off, then it can be very, very fatal. And that's something I avoid, because I'm a very active person, and I'm young and going into these challenges of every day. And then I need reliable, basic technique. That's my mentality. We have different mentalities, and the nice part of the story is that we can choose. In the wealthy countries, we have access to these very well-developed techniques. And that's the approach CircLeg have. They go into countries with low-cost prostheses that function.
Exactly.
That's great.
Which is actually very important. Okay. We will have more races after a short break. We'll be right back.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornacier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner.
Zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom versorgt. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
CYBATHLON moves people and technology. Schultes Clinic is medical partner.
We have dreams, like everyone else. We dream of winning competitions, competing in life, been part of the workforce, but especially been part of our communities. And of course, it's always difficult to travel and take part in these events because the difficulty disabled people have in accessing transport, getting on aeroplanes, and getting someone to come along with them and take care of their personal needs. These are some of our major challenges for all people with disabilities throughout the world, and we continue to advocate for better access, better travel, work and employment for everyone with disabilities.
Welcome back, CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. We are in day 2 within the second championship, the second race, the powered leg prosthesis race. If you've missed anything from this year's CYBATHLON, don't worry. Go to our website, CYBATHLON.com. You will find any information about the teams, about the races. You will have a lot of videos from yesterday's races and many more things. It's really... yeah, you can look around, you can spend hours on our website if you'd like to. And there's more to come today as well. We're on the second race now from this second day, but there's a third one to come, the Exoskeleton race, and I'm sure you don't want to miss that one.
Pilots who climb stairs despite paralyzed legs. So-called exoskeletons make it possible. How will the pilots cope with the obstacle course? The powered exoskeleton race. In the next hour at the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
We are back here on the course. Actually, we just seen a little balance thing. And Lukas Christen, we were talking about the course before. What are the exciting things? You said the tilted path is very hard, but also that thing here to balance over that one, that's very hard, is it?
To me, it's really difficult because if you step on these paths...
Put
here,
up the mic.
It's okay. If you step on these, on the branch here, and you go with your heel on it, then it might fall through. And that's why the pilots go the other way around, and so they can step on the forefoot, and then your knee is blocked.
Straight.
Yeah, it's straight, and then you can step on it.
It's actually very crazy. I don't really see which is the healthy leg and the other one.
Oh, I mean, in the last 20 or 30 years, they have made so many steps forward in the cosmetic aspect of the prosthesis. You hardly see it in the well-developed countries.
How important is it for you how the prosthesis looks like?
To me, it's not so important. Mostly, you're very well dressed. You go on the lake and take a bath. To me, it's not so important. But of course, it's maybe more the female or the lady aspect, which is important. And you want to be well dressed, and you want to be maybe
with a skirt or whatever.
In a skirt or whatever. And then it's an aspect which shows the sophistication of the pilot.
Okay, we want to focus on the teams now. We have 5 teams competing. And here's our next team from Russia.
are from Russia.
From Moscow.
We will be win because we are strong, fast,
and clever.
Everybody, good luck!
That's the Russian team. Lucas, what do you think about the Russian team?
I've seen the website and I've seen some videos, and they have the old Russian approach. They technically, for many, many decades, Russia was on head with the United States. They were the first country sending a man in space. And the engineering part is very high developed. And to bring that into an everyday's life is difficult in Russia because they do not have the wide field of experience that we have in Switzerland.
Okay.
But the job is very good.
Every team actually had 3 tries, 3 heats, and the best one counted. And we want to find out now what 4 teams will be on the top at the end of the races of the 3 heats.
The powered leg prosthesis race. The 5 starting pilots make almost no mistakes and surprise with different tactics. Who will be victorious? In this race, seconds decide. Rinat Kuzayrov from the Russian team Ortokosmos impresses in his first of totally 3 heats with breathtaking speed. He shows the fastest run of all pilots and realizes in a bit more than 2 minutes by far the best time. But the team celebrates too early, because there is one detail that puts a damper on Rinat's plans. In the task stairs, he has positioned the boxes very slightly in front of the marking line. A mistake that costs him the victory. Can Rinat still compete for the top spots with another heat? More on this later. Andre Frey from the Swiss team Circleg uses interesting tactics. He goes backwards in the task tilted path. He chooses this tactics probably because of his passive prosthesis. His model has been developed by a young startup. It is very cheap, but not as flexible as others. Andre also chooses the reverse gear on the balancing beam task. Other pilots, such as Rinat, whom we have seen before, have each turned around at the end of the beam. But of course, turning around takes time. That's why Adrian Bach from the Polish team Contour 2000 also chooses reverse gear on the balancing beam. And yet here occurs a tricky moment. Adrian almost loses his balance. Adrian has an active prosthesis. His fire red model is more mobile than other prostheses, which are very stiff. The prosthesis allows him to move more naturally in different situations, for example when he is on stairs. Here you can see how the prosthesis moves. That looks very smooth. At the finish line, Adrian is not completely satisfied at first, despite running without any mistakes. Will he succeed in reaching a top place? Like Adrian, Kentaro Higuchi also has an active prosthesis. His movements therefore look very fluid and ergonomic, as here in the task hurdles. However, Kentaro from the Japanese team Bionic M is not as fast as other pilots with his prosthesis. That's why in the task stairs he chooses a different approach than the other pilots. Instead of climbing the stairs twice, he stacks all objects on top of each other. So he only has to climb the stairs once. Can he make up for the decisive seconds? All other pilots have to climb the stairs twice, including Stefan Poth from the Swiss team Neurolex. He first brings all the balls to the other side and then fetches the 3 boxes. Stefan also shows that he is innovative with the balancing beam. He uses the buckets as stabilizers to turn at the end of the beam. Is this Stefan's recipe for victory? Now back to Rinat Kuzayrov, which we saw at the very beginning. How does he master his second chance? Once again, the Russian is very fast. But then comes the decisive moment in the task tilted path. An apple falls down. The task is failed. How bitter for Rinat, who was so fast up to this point. He is the only pilot who doesn't manage a faultless heat and therefore lands on 5th place. Here's the ranking. Rinat on place 5 with 86 points because of the apples that fell down. And in the top 4, in alphabetical order, Adrian Bach, André Frey, Kentaro Higuchi and Stefan Poth. All of them remained without any mistakes and thus scored 100 points. But who was the fastest? In the end, it's all about seconds.
These are the 4 teams who actually made it. And Lukas, how surprised are you that those 4 teams are the first ones?
It wasn't a surprise that they made it to the final. To me, it was more the mix, how they used the different systems on an equal level. That was surprising to me, that the benefits of each system, they got out the most of it. And that was a positive surprise to me.
We're now at the wooden boxes, which is a new task of this year's CYBATHLON 2020. And we saw quite a few pilots who actually had to take the leg really around. And you explained me just before, why is it like this? Show me.
If you step in one of these boxes and you want to come into the next box, you cannot bend it actively, because I'm having a passive leg. Mm-hmm. That's why you need to bend it around. You cannot maneuver in the other way, and then you step in, and you need to come on your heel to strengthen it down, so
the leg stays straight.
Exactly. And then you can make the next step, and then lift it out and maneuver it to the next step. And to me, that's a huge challenge.
It's a huge challenge, but you're very good. You should actually take part in the CYBATHLON for old men.
Maybe we'll have a senior class next time.
Senior class. So, as you know, all the athletes competing in CYBATHLON are people with physical disabilities, and every person has his own story. And we would like to share now some of these exceptional stories with you, such as the story of Stefan Poth from the team Neurolex.
Sport ist für mich eine gute Auszeit, einmal aus dem Alltag raus, Gedanken frei machen, Konzentration auf das Spiel und natürlich auch körperliche Bewegung, wo man ja eben in einer körperlichen Einschränkung ist, dass man die quasi wie vergessen kann und sich auch messen mit anderen und körperlich auch richtig austoben. 2013, also vor 7 Jahren, im April, bin ich an einem schönen Frühlingstag spontan auf meine Töpfe gestiegen, habe ein kleines Ausfährtchen gemacht mit meiner alten Harley. Und auf dem Rückweg bin ich dann leider von einem Auto übersehen worden, das mir den Vortritt genommen hat und die Zeiten reingefahren ist. Ich habe dann auf der Unfallstelle mein linkes Bein verloren, also inklusive Unterschenkel und Kniegelenk. Nachdem ich realisiert habe, was eigentlich passiert ist und was es für Auswirkungen hat auf mein Leben, musste ich entscheiden, ob ich da jetzt mich als Opfer weiterfühle und mit dieser Opferrolle noch ein bisschen suhle und im Elend wohlfühlen. Ich habe dann entschieden, nein, das ist es nicht. Ich will das machen, was noch möglich ist und das Beste daraus herausholen. Ich habe dann die Situation akzeptiert. Und von diesem Moment an ist es dann eigentlich auch aufwärts gegangen. Also ich habe dann wirklich mir versucht, hier an Grenzen zu bringen. Und das ist auch mit dem Grund, warum ich im CYBATHLON mitmache, um zu schauen, wo sind die Möglichkeiten, wo sind die Grenzen gesetzt und wie kann ich an die Grenzen herkommen mit meiner Prothese.
Stefan is our pilot in the race for CYBATHLON, but he's also a friend, because now it's more than 2 years that we work together. What I really appreciate of Stefan is the fact that after the accident he's really still motivated in doing all these things that can help also other people to improve their quality of life, but also he continues to push himself at the limit, walking in the forest and doing all these things. He's really clever and smart guy.
Nach meinem Unfall, wo meine selber gebaute und geliebte alte Harley kaputt gegangen ist, hatte ich eigentlich das Bedürfnis nicht mehr auf den Töpfe zu steigen. Nichtsdestotrotz ist so der freiheitsliebende Gedanke da geblieben. Und ich konnte das dann kompensieren mit meinem Land Rover Defender, also mit meinem Offroad-Fahrzeug, das als Expeditionsmobil ausgerüstet ist. Das heisst, ich kann wirklich in ferne Länder fahren, ich kann im Auto übernachten, ich bin autonom, punkto Strom, Wasser, Diesel und so weiter. Und das ermöglicht mir jetzt eigentlich wieder freiheitsliebende Reisen zu machen, die ich früher mit dem TÜV gemacht habe. Wir Menschen mit Behinderung, also mit der körperlichen Behinderung, sind darauf angewiesen, dass Firmen, Leute, Forscher sich auseinandersetzen mit der Weiterentwicklung der Prothesen. Darum finde ich es persönlich super, dass auch eine ETH sich da einsetzt. Und darum ist es für mich auch ein Anliegen, dass ich selber einen Beitrag leisten kann und dort mitmachen und helfen, dass wir die Prothesen weiterentwickeln und verbessern in Zukunft.
A very impressive story of Stefan Poth, and I welcome now Robert Riener, Professor of Sensory Motor System at ETH Zurich, the initiator of the CYBATHLON. Do you know Stefan Poth?
Yeah, I know him a little bit from some trainings and from our Facebook connection.
Now we see that Stefan Poth really pushes the limits. He's still going out in the wild with his Defender. Is the goal of CYBATHLON to push the limits?
Sure, we want to develop better technology which provides a support for the people with disabilities.
And we also see the pilots, they're really challenging. Is there also a danger that you overwhelm the pilots?
That's also true. And that's always the case with new technologies, that they might be used in a wrong way, or that the risks are not carefully maybe taken into account when in the development phase. Of course not for our environment, but that can happen theoretically. So there are risks and the benefits are in relation to each other. And it's important that the benefits are much higher than the risk, and then it's worth to do it.
Lukas Jäger, you saw Stefan Poth also in the video. Would that be something for you to go out in the wild with a car and go do wild things?
I do it by motorbike still.
Motorbike still?
No, I have a motorbike.
Oh, motorbike. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
That's something that he also mentioned, the advantages and the benefits we have technically. We use them, and it's depending on the pilot, the person that uses that technique, to find out where the limits are and to be sensitive on these limits. That's an important part. Otherwise, it goes wrong.
So no barriers, or are there still limits for you?
Some barriers you have to respect. Otherwise, life shows you these barriers on a tough level, on a tough way, and then you have to take responsibility. But we should take these limits into consideration, and they're pushing these limits in coordination with us, with the amputees, with the people with handicap. And to be part of that step-by-step development, that's a great opportunity of life. We should take it.
Now let's have a look at the prosthesis of Stefan Poth. I think it's a prosthesis with a feedback, with a sensor in the prosthesis. How does that work?
Yeah, that's a very interesting approach, because when we do any kind of movement, we do not only need our actuators, our muscles, we also need feedback, sensory feedback. We have to feel how the angle of the joints is, how the forces are at the ground, at the foot. And that technology allows to give a sensory feedback via some stimulation at the foot, so that Stefan can feel the force on the leg.
Is that the future of the leg prosthesis?
I think it has to be the future, because we need both. We need actuation and we need sensing. Most prostheses only have the actuation, or even not the actuation, but if we do not have sensing, we cannot close the loop for successful movements.
CYBATHLON is a great success, because also we have many strong partners, and our partners, they are happy with the CYBATHLON. What does a company motivate to support different sports for disabled people? For example, here we get some answers from our partner, BNP Paribas.
When you see how it enables people to overcome challenges, it's inspiring, it's emotional, actually.
I remember the first CYBATHLON, and I was really impressed by the challenges and what people can do in the end with the devices, what they can achieve.
The fact that we chose CYBATHLON speaks about what we believe in.
We share some values. We have some values in common. Innovation is one of them, as we are an innovative bank for sure. I mean, with our clients, but also with our staff.
It's also engagement with a variety of actors, people coming from all over the world. It has an impact a positive impact on the society in which we live in. And that's also something that we strive to do.
We share also some value around social inclusion, which is also at the heart of our, let's say, company engagement. We have, for example, we support a wheelchair tennis tournament, an international wheelchair tennis tournament. And this is our way also to support social inclusion, but of course we are also helping inclusion within the company, with the staff as well.
Everywhere BNP Paribas operates, we are an actor in the society where we operate. So we also, we're not just doing banking.
I think it's, putting strengths together. We all need to join forces and to be able to contribute to a better future.
We see ourselves as an actor, and we know that the choices that we make in terms of business, in terms of the initiatives that we support, matter.
It's now at the heart of our company purpose, this question of being and contributing for a better future. So we do it with our clients, of course, but we are engaged to contribute to a better future.
We have tons of initiatives we could choose from, and usually we try to choose initiatives which are where the purpose, the drive is aligned with the values we believe in, and inclusion, innovation, doing good at large for the society where we operate in are core values to us, and that's at the heart of the mission of CYBATHLON.
One of our partners, BNP Paribas, and CYBATHLON is growing, and I guess it's easier to get partners when you're growing. Robert Riener, how important are these partners?
They are essential, because we don't only do it for fun, we also need funding to pay all the equipment, to pay the media service, which is important to transport our message to the world.
So we have now a next team we want to have a look at from the powered leg prosthesis race right now. Our next team, and let's have a look at that prosthesis. That's a really fancy one, Robert. What's different on that one? We had the easy one before, and now that's a very complicated one.
Yes, we have, the great thing is we have many kind of totally different actuation systems. We have semi-active prostheses like the one from Stefan, we have passive ones, and we have active powered ones.
And that's the complicated one.
Yeah,
just see.
Yeah, right, that's the most complicated one, maybe.
Good. Let's have a look at the sportive part now. We short in front of the last race. What do you think? What team will be on top?
That's difficult in this case. I think my heart, of course, since I'm biased as an engineer, beats for the advanced technologies, for the powered devices. And there's the Japanese device, which is great. There's also the sensorized device from the Swiss team, which is nice. On the other hand, the unpowered systems are maybe more lightweight. And my feelings are for the other Swiss team, the Circleg, because they make a cost-efficient, cheap device, which can be sold to poorer countries, maybe. So I'm...
Everyone.
Yeah, everyone.
Now, Lukas Christian, he goes for the fancy one. You go for the other one? Well, what's your favorite?
That's not much to add to, Robert, and it's the same with me. The mixture between what is possible technically and what is the pilot capable to put out of it, that's to me the challenge, and I'm open-hearted to all these teams which have found a good everyday's capable mixture. So, of course, I'm a little bit Swiss, but I'm fond of the Polish and the Japanese as well.
Very good. So we want to find out now who will be on top at the end of this race. And actually they're watching us live from home because they don't know who was the fastest. They recorded it, sent it, they just know their own time, but not from the others. And now we can see them watching us from all over the world. Hello, everybody. And thanks for joining us. Thanks for your effort. Thanks for your passion. Thanks for joining us here at CYBATHLON 2020. Who will be the winner? That's the question we want to find out. Who will be the winner of the powered leg prosthesis race at CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition?
Balance, precision, the name of the game here. I've got a funny feeling that this competition will be decided by the clock. And the pilots themselves, well, they need to stay calm and cool with their game plan. So here is the countdown. 4, we're with Stefan Post of Neurolegs for Switzerland. The first task is sit and stand. Lucas, this may look an easy task, but it's very important to get a good start and rhythm early on in the challenge.
In the first few steps, get confident and then get more courageous. And that's what Stefan is struggling with.
Let's go to Andre Frey, early leader. He's into the second challenge. And for me, this is very difficult indeed.
It is, but he can rely on his leg very well. He gets confident and then he's speeding up a bit, but not too much. He's got a good balance between these items.
Not one of the 4 finalists have made a mistake. We have green lights for all of the pilots. Therefore, it's the challenge of the clock. Adrian Bach is 2 seconds off the pace for the Contour 2000 team. Good technique, Lucas, working his way back down the beam.
I'm surprised he's risking much here on his standing on his heel, and he's speeding up not too much from my point of view. He could more, takes now the risk of accelerating. Good race tactic, but we will see how it ends.
And that allows Andre Frey for Circle Leg to take the lead, heading out of the third and into the fourth. At the halfway point, Switzerland have the lead, and it looks like Kentaro Higuchi is just having a few issues on the beam.
Yeah, Higuchi has difficulties with the speed. He's very well concentrated, but no points for safety here. It's the speed that counts, and Stefan is doing exactly this. He's focusing more on the speed and takes a lot of risk here because it's not so easy to balance these items, and focuses on the safety now. That's a good idea. He's close to the edge, and that's solid. That's very solid. That's good.
He's right in the chase, Stefan Poth. Neurolegs team are on the edge of their seat. This is the man that he's chasing. It's Andre Frey, who's in the lead. No, he's a second off the pace for the Circle Leg team. Now the tilted pathway, and again towards the end of the challenge, the focus really does need to be maintained.
Yeah, and here you can see Adrian has the mental strength, which is necessary in that part, and Adrian is slowing down. You see he's struggling a bit with his concentration here.
What a disappointment, because he came into this penultimate challenge with the lead, and now it allows Andre Frey for Switzerland coming into the last challenge, picks up the apples on the plate, climbs the ramp, and this could be good enough for Frey to take the lead. Watch the clock, 2:40, 2:41, he goes for the line, and the Circle Leg team for Switzerland have done it. Pot is right behind him in second position, misses it by 5 seconds. It's a Swiss 1-2. Adrian Bach for Poland takes bronze in third position. 14 seconds, so close again between the top 3 place pilots, but it is Andre Frey who takes top spot. Stefan Pot misses gold by 5 seconds. Poland and Contour 2000 take third position, which leaves Kentaro Higuchi just completing his challenge now, struggling on the beam, and that's where the Japanese pilot lost his challenge. He's now coming towards the final task of the 6 to finish his performance and take 4th position. But what a race! The powered leg prosthesis competition has been Switzerland 1st and 2nd with Frey and Pot. It is Poland in 3rd position with Adrian Bach and Kentaro Higuchi in 4th position.
Race. And here's the winner. We can actually see Andre Frey, who's very happy that he is in front. Bad quality a little bit, but he's happy. That's the most important thing. 5 seconds ahead. What a race. Lucas, it's incredible. Only 5 seconds.
It's really nice to see that they have the runner-up close behind. So I hope this is the motivation for all the teams to step up and to try to get out the most of it. And I'm really impressed of the quality of the race.
It's all about to be fast here, Robert. That's very impressive that they're so fast.
Yeah, it's really impressive, and I'm surprised. And it's great to see that it's not only high-tech, which is good. It's important to say that also any kind of technology can help. It's a combination of pilot performance and technical quality, and we saw it very nicely.
You have to be a fighter, that's for sure. And we have a look at the graphics here again. The winner of this race, Andre Frey from the Circlec team. Then we have Stefan Pot, Neurolex. Then from Poland, Adrian Bach. And from Japan, Kentaro Higuchi. Well done, congratulations to all the teams, and thanks for your effort and your passion, which is great. And we have now Andre Frey with us live connected, and I say, hello Andre, can you hear me?
Hello Andre, can you hear me? Yes.
Congratulations, that was a great race. Everything went well.
Everything went well. Yes, thank you. Especially in the second run, it works really well.
You actually beat everyone, and you only actually have like an analog prosthesis, as we said before. The others have more electricity in it. So that's special, is it?
That's special. Sorry, can you repeat, please?
I said that you have prosthesis with no electricity in it, with no technical support, but the others have. So you actually beat all the others who'd have more fancy prosthesis.
Yeah.
Somebody's laughing in the back. So, whatever. Tell us more about your race. You actually had 3 tries, which is different to other CYBATHLON. How was it? What was the best try? The first, the second, or the third, actually?
The third try was the best. It was the fastest one. And the third try was a failure. So I took too much risk to make one more a better time. But yes, then I failed in the end.
What does it mean to you and to the whole team that you're the winner of this race?
For me, it was a really good experience to be part of the CYBATHLON and part of the team Project Circlec.
Very good. So again, congratulations. Gratuliere alle miteinander. Liebe Grüße, das ganze Team. Yeah, that was in Swiss German, of course, because they understand. Congratulations again to the whole team, to Andre Frey, and also to all the other teams. So, Robert Riener, how much spirit does it give to a team when you're the winner?
Yeah, of course, it's amazing. It's happiness, it's fun, and maybe also motivation to continue with the development, with the generation of a product, and with participation at the next CYBATHLON, I hope.
And we see again how they're cheering and are happy about the win of this race. Andre Frey's Team Circlec, what a great performance. Lucas Christian, I think they're good winners, as I can say in English.
On one hand, they deserve the victory, of course they do. But what Robert mentioned is something that really has to be taken into account. It makes the next step now. We have the technical developments. On the other hand, we have the people taking on these advantages and go into these next steps. And we have partners that we have mentioned and the sponsors, and we have all the the team members that help to make these progresses and these steps forward. And that's why I think CYBATHLON, for 4 years ago and now, it's the next dimension. And I hope it's going to be the next dimension in 4 years. And people realize what is possible and what CircleX showed here. Of course, we have certain technical features that help in crucial situations. But for everyday's life, common use technique still can do it. And if you, as a pilot, as an amputee, can rely on these products, it's very good. It's enough for your everyday's life. And in certain situations, we have these technical features that make the difference between the normal life and the extraordinary.
Very good. That's a good message for the end of this hour. Thank you very much, Lukas Christen, for joining us as an expert. And thanks, Robert Riener. We're going to see you later in the show as well. Now, dear friend, that was the 5th competition at this year's CYBATHLON, the 2nd competition of today. And there is one more to come, another spectacular one. You really don't want to miss that. It's the powered exoskeleton race. We will be back after a short break, so stay tuned.
Success isn't just about what you accomplish in your life. It's about what you inspire others to do. Live your version of freedom of movement. We support paraplegics for a lifetime.
New for you. New for Switzerland. For everyone who wants to watch more. The new streaming platform featuring Swiss films, series and documentaries, all in your language. Stream anytime, anywhere. Stream Switzerland. Play Swiss. Discover everything Switzerland has to offer.
Grüezi miteinander and welcome back again. Here is CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition, Day 2. Welcome again here in the architecture building at the ETH Hönkerberg, or the campus Hönkerberg actually, which is part of the ETH Zurich. It's a beautiful day today and you can see the campus Hönkerberg is in a beautiful nature. There are cowbells ringing around here. We're in Switzerland, of course, so it's a really great place to do research and to study as well. We've seen exciting races yesterday and we've seen exciting races today. The wheelchair race, the powered leg prosthesis race, but there's one more to come. The exoskeleton race will be the next. This year's CYBATHLON, as you know, is a little bit different because of the pandemic situation. The teams recorded their races by themselves at home and sent the videos to Zurich, and we put it all together in one exciting event because that's the important thing. The teams, they don't know who was fastest, so there's still a lot of excitement within these races. You will find out. So if you have joined us just now, you may don't know everything about CYBATHLON. You can actually go on the internet, cybathlon.com, and find out everything. We have 51 teams competing from 20 countries all over the world, and that's also why we translate this live stream and subtitle it into 7 different languages, and it's also translated into sign language, which is very special. So now, if you want to know more about CYBATHLON, here you get some answers.
CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. An event where pilots with disabilities and technology developers perform at their best. Who will win? Over 50 teams take part from countries around the globe. Who has developed the best technology together with their pilot? Competitions are held in 6 separate disciplines. It's all about solving tasks of everyday life. In the powered arm prosthesis race, the pilots with an amputation or dysmelia have to manipulate and feel hidden objects with their prosthetic arms. In the powered exoskeleton race, pilots with a paralysis of the legs have to master a course with exoskeletons. And in the powered wheelchair race, pilots with a walking disability must even maneuver their robotic wheelchairs over stairs. In the BCI discipline, the pilots with a paralysis at the neck level compete in a computer game using only the power of thought. In the power leg prosthesis race, pilots with above-knee amputation or dysmelia use prosthetic legs to overcome everyday obstacles. And in the functional electrical stimulation bike race, pilots ride a bike as fast as possible by applying an external current that makes their paralyzed leg muscles contract. Who will win? Required are agility, precision, concentration, and endurance. Advanced technologies can make life easier for people with disabilities. At the CYBATHLON, equal opportunities are a priority. Technology, competitive spirit, and emotions. That's the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
And the last race this year will be the powered exoskeleton race coming up as next. And I welcome 2 more experts. It's Kai Schmidt. He works at the Sensory Motor Systems Lab at ETH Zurich, and he's the co-founder of Mio Swiss, a spin-off company from ETH Zurich that develops the Mio Suit exoskeleton, very hard to say. And we have Jaime Duarte. Welcome. He's co-founder and the CEO of Mio Swiss company. That's correct, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
You are working also on exoskeletons, but first to the CYBATHLON. What fascinates you personally about the CYBATHLON?
For me in particular, it's the human-robot interaction. It's having these very complicated technologies and very complicated robots being driven by a person who, in this case, for example, does not even have feelings of their legs.
The very interesting work you do. Actually, you produce exoskeletons by yourself. What are you working on right now?
So we have our first product in the market, which is the Mio Suit, as you mentioned. It's a bit different from what we're going to see today, or what we've seen. So that is a device actually that is for people that still have some functionality left, whereas the exoskeletons here usually, as what Jaime was mentioning already, people don't have any feeling or function in their legs. So it's a bit different in that sense. So it's pretty much a different branch, if you want to say it so.
So that thing you do, the exoskeleton, that's for a different use than for people with paraplegia.
Exactly. So the exoskeleton that we're working on is what we like to call, it's more like an exomuscle. So if you have weak muscles, so it gives you a bit of a boost like an e-bike, so that you can move a bit easier, or it's a bit easier to just get where you want in that regard. And our users, they can move to some extent. And that is really the main difference to what you see here. Because that's the case, this device can be a lot more lightweight and is also less expensive because there's less complexity involved, really. And it's for people really that have weak muscles. And if we think about the exoskeletons, again, that we see in the CYBATHLON, this is more complicated to some extent because, as I said, like this human-robot interaction is, there's nothing that you can sense. You really have to take over to some extent.
Very good. The complicated exoskeletons, and we want to see how that exoskeleton races works. Here we have some pictures for you.
Exoskeletons are robotic walking aids. They let paralyzed legs walk again. The pilot's task to master 6 everyday situations, for example, getting up from a sofa or climbing stairs. Particularly challenging, getting over a sloping ramp. Whoever solves most of the tasks in the shortest possible time wins.
We are on that parkour actually here at the architecture building where the Swiss teams did their races and recorded it. Now, Jaime Duarte, from the technical point of view, what is the hardest part of that parkour?
I think there's two in particular. The ramp that you see here, because of the inclination, a lot of these exoskeletons. Yeah, exactly. It's very difficult to work with the ankle because a lot of these exoskeletons, the solution to handle the ankle is actually to just have a fixed position for that joint. So some of these devices actually do articulate the ankle, but that brings extra complexity, which sometimes means also more weight and more battery requirements. And the second one that is very challenging are going to be the stairs. Going up, of course, is difficult, but going down actually requires a lot of effort.
We have a look at the graphics. We can see that right now. It starts also with standing up, which is very important, also with the exoskeleton. And then we have the slalom, which actually is actually not that easy. Somebody told me, one of the pilots. And then we have the ground, which is very hard to go, and then the stairs. So the stairs, that seems to me to be the hardest part, but you just said it's not. Why not?
No, the stairs is quite complicated, but the way that you can program the exoskeleton is you can tell it quite well how you want to take a stair. And you also have the handrails, and we will see the pilots actually use the handrails as part of going up and going down the stairs. Whereas in a lot of the other tasks, they're just using the crutches to have some contact with the ground, and that makes it a lot more difficult.
And then at the end, we have the door, Kai, with the ramp. We heard it at the wheelchair race. That's quite steep, actually. It's not hard for us, of course, but with the exoskeleton, also that ramp, that's hard.
Yeah, it is because we already said it, the ankle doesn't really adjust well in these devices. So I think what is also really cool, there might be different strategies that you can choose, right? So, I mean, if you go up the ramp, you would just walk straight to the door. But maybe in an exoskeleton, going up backwards is the best approach, really. And so I think also the teams have shown in the past that they can find creative solutions to deal with these shortcomings in these devices to decrease complexity.
We want to have a look at the teams actually who are competing. We have the first team, the Swiss team. Let's have a look at them.
Go enhanced!
Das ist eine komplette Querschnittlähmung ab dem Brustwirbel TH5. Ich bin im Motocross umgekehrt, am Rennen. Ich begeistere Technik eigentlich und Sport allgemein. Und ich bin froh, wieder mal so etwas machen zu können.
Der kennt die Maschine auch sehr gut und das, finde ich, ist auch eine Qualität für einen Piloten. Wir wollten leichter werden, wir wollten mehr Leistung in den Antrieben haben. Das zeichnet uns aus.
Ich spüre schon, dass das Team für das lebt jetzt im Moment. Es ist so viel Herzblut dahinter.
Our Swiss team who will compete in the race. Jaime, do you know the team? What do you expect from that team?
Yeah, so we've seen part of their work was actually done initially at ETH. They're also working now with HSR. And they're a very technically good team. So I expect a lot. And also the pilot being young, I think he's quite hungry to perform well in the competition.
We also see many teams with crutches. That's still very important with exoskeletons.
Yeah, for sure. What we have to be mindful is a lot of these patients don't have any feeling for their legs. So if they're standing like you and I, they actually are not feeling what's happening in the ground. And for us, it's very important to be able to stand. So actually what they would do is with the crutches, they can actually feel what's happening in their hands and kind of get an idea of where the weight is shifting and for balance.
Kai, short answer, what do you expect from the race?
Oh, a lot. So again, this interaction between robot and the human in it, the pilot, going to be very interesting.
Okay, we want to have a look now at the pilots with the exoskeletons. I want to have a look at them, how they perform on the parkour. And these are the first races in the exoskeleton race.
Powered exoskeleton race. There are 6 tasks with a total time limit of 10 minutes. Let's take a look at Rolf Schock from the Varelig Enhanced Team 2. And the first test is the sit and stand here. Now, let's bring in Hamey. Hamey, This may look one of the more simple challenges for the pilots, but this uses a lot of energy and power on the exoskeleton machine itself. Is that fair to say?
That's right, Nick. So if you ever have thought about when you're standing up from a chair, you should see how much your muscles need to be active. And basically for these users, it's the exoskeleton that's doing the entire job there.
And of course, the exoskeleton that dramatically increases the mobility of people with paraplegia. And hopefully this is one of the advancements that will make life completely different for those who are often bound to wheelchairs. It's a very good start for the Swiss competitor. Look at the graphic carefully. 15 points on the board, a green light saying that the first of the 6 tasks has been completed. Now into the slalom. Balance is key here, and the work with the hands also plays an important part, Hemi.
Right, so here you can see how much power he's putting into his arms to be able to stabilize. For these users, they're not really able to feel a lot of what is happening in their legs, and their contact with the ground really comes from their hands and the crutches that they are using.
Few problems there for Rolf, but good work, really good quick movements to make the correction, to keep the balance and to keep moving forwards. It's looking like green light number 2. Perfect point score on the board so far as we move on to rough terrain. Now, Amy, this is a very difficult task indeed, and really does push the machine and the pilot to their full capability.
Correct. So normally when we are walking, we clear the ground by just a few millimeters. Here you can see that the exoskeleton is really bringing up his leg to be able to clear the obstacles, and this also causes it to be farther away from balance, so it requires quite a bit more technical work.
Let's take a look at the South Korean team. Exoskeleton Asia. We've got 2 green lights. This is on 29 points on the board. This is in South Korea, remember, and this is their rough terrain, and very positive, very aggressive. That's an impressive start for the Korean, I would say there, Hemi.
Yeah, very strong start. You can see that he's also very able to use his arms to complete the entire task, so it's the crutches on the arms that are helping him really tackle all these obstacles.
Now he's at task number 4. He's halfway through the 10 minutes of allotted time climbing the stairs. This is so impressive and, of course, so important in the development, Amy, of these exoskeleton machines.
Yeah, again, stair climbing is one of the key things that people want to be able to do in daily life, because we always find these kinds of obstacles. So here is very cool to see how he's able to work through the obstacle itself.
We've been developing this machine since 2016. It's called, and I like the name, Robot. And the Robot is the name of Lee's machine. And it's performing beautifully. Now, a lot of people in the climbing world, Jaime, say going up is one thing, coming down is another. This surely is the most difficult part of this task.
Yeah, so going down, we really need to use our muscles to basically brake and slow us down. And this uses the muscles in a completely different way. So also from the exoskeleton point of view, you need to be able to really balance there the legs and make sure that you're going down, especially in a safe and secure way.
You can see the focus. He wants to get it right. It's a clean sheet. Just 2 more tasks after this. He's so close to that green light and the perfect point score. And that is great work. Exoskeleton working so well. Now let's go over to Russia. Take a look at Yuri Sidorov on the Exoathlete team. A new pilot here. He's at the top of the stairs. But again, problems for Yuri here. But still a perfect score, 45 points, and he's fast. He's at 3 minutes 30 as he reaches the halfway point of task number 4. Going backwards here, Jamie.
Yeah, something that we take for granted is when we transition from one task to the other. So, for example, from being up at the top and then quickly transition into going down. But you can really see that they have a special strategy with the robot where he turns around and he's going backwards so that he can feel more stable and also use his arms in the guardrails there to complete the task.
The officials watch carefully. This is superb, and the time is impressive. If we reflect back to Korea, they were at over 6 minutes here, and he's still under 5 minutes with 3 green lights. Now the stairs look to be green light number 4, and he moves on to the final 2 tasks. It's a tilted path and then a ramp and door, which is new for the 2020 CYBATHLON. Now, this is very difficult. Again, we are testing the machine, walking across this tilted path and testing the foot joints, I would say here, Hamid, for the stability.
Yeah, exactly. So balance, a lot of it comes from the ankle joint. So when you have these more rigid structures, it's very important to have some compliance and some ability to be able to move the foot in a way that it complies with this uneven terrain here.
And that is good work from Sidorov. Another green light, surely. And he's just gone past the halfway point from a time perspective. 10 minutes is the allotted time here.
What you can also see in some of the pilots is that they have a way to interact with the device. Here you see it on his left arm. And when they complete a task, they actually press something, as you see here, pretty much to change to the next mode, whether it be go up the stairs or go down the stairs or actually work on these uneven terrains.
This is the one that has caught the eye of so many. It's new for 2020. It's the ramp and door. Climb the ramp, open and close the door, and then descend the ramp on the other side. And this is what it's all about, Amy, the exoskeleton, making everyday use, something that can be incorporated. Kevin hasn't quite got the perfect scores. This is the first time we see the ramp and door, and it's such a good, clever, and important addition to the CYBATHLON challenge.
Yes, for sure. This is something that we encounter very much in daily life, and it really needs the work also of the arms to be able to do this kind of task. So it's important that they have their hands free, as you see here with the Wondercraft team. His hands are completely free. He's not using any crutches because this exoskeleton in particular has some capability to self-balance itself. So he's using his hand on the guardrail there, but no crutches as compared to the other teams.
And this is quite unique, this development of the Wondercraft.
Yes, it's very cool to see one of these exoskeletons without crutches, because one of the needs from a lot of these patients is to be able to have their hands free to interact with objects in daily life.
49 points on the board, 7:23 is the clock. One more. Oh, and there's a problem with the computer here. This is, he thinks that he's there, but there was a little confusion. The computer thought it was at the finish line just a split second too early. And that adds quite a bit of time to the Wondercraft team. 66 points are on the board, but a little bit of computer error for the French team there. Let's take a look at Thomas Krieg for Varileg Enhanced Team 1. Look at all those green lights. It's been a good performance so far. 65 points on the board on this tilted path, testing the ankle joint in the exoskeleton. It's good, fluid, balance is there, working well. And that is excellent work for Thomas. He'll be happy with that. Look at the time as well, 5 minutes, just over, 5 minutes 20. And he heads into ramp and door. That is the 6th and final challenge. Just gets across that line. Look for the green light on the penultimate. And there it is. One more task to go now for Thomas, which is the ramp and door. Rough terrain has been one of the new challenges, but this, for me, is something quite special. And as they say, has been the talk of the town. First, climb the ramp. That's a great close-up shot, Amy.
Yeah, what you can also see in their strategy, he's carrying both crutches on the left arm. so that he's able to use his right hand with the guardrail, which is a lot more stable. But still, he needs to be able to use the crutches later on, so he needs to have a way to carry it around. Also, as you saw in the crutch, there's a small hook to actually be able to open the door handle here.
Looking for a perfect score, comfortably under the 10-minute target time. Through the door, there is exactly the technique that Hemi was pointing to.
This
I
is
like that.
Quite clever, yeah. They're using a different approach to be able to close the door, so the teams are free to use these kinds of approaches to be able to complete the tasks.
Oh, that is wonderfully creative. But the cable is still attached. No, it's unattached itself. Just right on cue as Thomas now makes his way back down the ramp. Perfect score, 83. He's right on the mark from a timing perspective. Just over 7:11, 7:12. And that Thomas now goes for that line, and 100 maximum point score at 7 minutes 20. Superb performance.
The Exoskeleton race at CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. What an impressive race. We have with us Kai Schmidt and Jaime Duarte, our two experts. It's really impressive, but there are also big differences between the teams.
Yeah, they are. I think we have seen it. The one team, they didn't have crutches, whereas all the other teams had crutches. And I think this is very important to point out, because it is very, very hard to have such a device working without crutches.
We have a look now at the pictures. We can see him walking without the crutches, the French guy. Can you tell us more? How does it work?
So this device is a bit more complicated than the other ones. So it has more motors. It's a bit heavier as well. And you can see that even though the pilot is leaning forward, the device remains stable. And that is key. So the whole device is designed in a way that even if you move your upper body too much up front, for example, it remains stable, so it doesn't tilt forward. And also for walking, you see it now, it looks, when the step is done, quite smooth. So this is also done because, again, it has more motors, also in the ankle joint, knee joint, also in different directions there.
Jaime, is this the future of the exoskeleton, without crutches?
For sure, it's one of the requirements that the users would like to have, because a lot of them complain that if they have their hands full, they're not able to interact with objects in daily life. What is important to see, though, is if you compare the size of the step that you can take nowadays with this exoskeleton, is much smaller than with the other exoskeletons, because in the other ones, you have your arms basically to kind of help in that process.
Very good, and we're actually excited to find out what team was the fastest. But before we do that, we have a short break. Don't run away too far, because exoskeleton races, it will be very exciting, so stay tuned.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner.
Zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom versorgt. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
CYBATHLON moves people and technology. Schultes Clinic is medical partner.
What I love about this competition is being there in real life with this prosthetic hand in challenge all these difficult tasks. When I first heard about CYBATHLON, I was really excited because initiatives like this means really to raise awareness about disability and is really a challenge also for researchers to develop better devices meant with the users, developed really side by side of the users.
Welcome back in our little studio on campus Hunkerberg of ETH Zurich. Maria Fossati, the champion, we actually saw her competing yesterday with her arm prosthesis. If you have missed her race, you can go to our website, CYBATHLON.com. You will find her race, you will find a portrait about Maria Fossati, and of course, portraits of all the other pilots and many more information and things to know about the CYBATHLON world. We're in the middle of our last competition today, the exoskeleton race, but there is even more to come. This is what you can expect within the last hour.
In the project CYBATHLON at school, children are made aware of physical disabilities. They even program and build an arm prosthesis themselves and compete against each other. Maria, who participates in the powered arm prosthesis race, visits Maxon, the developer of her prosthesis.
Yes, I have never been in a place like this.
The aim is to talk about possible improvements. More background stories, insights and talks in the next hour at the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
But before that, we keep going with the exoskeleton race, our last race into this year's CYBATHLON. And I have my two experts with me, Kai Schmidt and Jaime Duarte. And Jaime, one rule of the exoskeleton race is, of course, that all the pilots have to do the movements by themselves. So there's no one behind the scene who remote controls anything. Can you tell us a little bit more? How do they control the exoskeleton?
Sure. So some of them are actually using the controls in the crutches because this is where their hand is placed. And what you will see in some of the races is, especially when they transition from one obstacle to the next or from one task to the next, they're actually selecting things in their crutches so to be able to perform the next task. So the exoskeleton is then ready to move them in this way.
We've talked about the exoskeleton where the pilot does not use the crutches. I would like to know a little bit more. You said that even if the body moves forward or backwards, that doesn't matter. The exoskeleton can control this. What's the technique behind it?
So it's one is that it's heavier, as I said. So just given that the frame weighs a certain amount, so it can already counteract whatever the pilot is.
How heavy is it?
For this one, I'm not entirely sure. I think it was something around 60 kilograms. So it's rather on the heavy side compared to the other devices. But the good thing is, so since the pilot is completely carried, so there's no load on the upper body. So the weight of the whole device will not be transferred to the upper body. So I guess in that context, that's actually fine.
Good. We have different teams competing actually, and we want to have a closer look to the French team.
Dès le premier jour, j'ai été agréablement surpris. Toute l'équipe m'a accueilli à bras ouverts et ça se passe toujours aussi bien. C'est une équipe vraiment géniale.
On a choisi d'avoir uniquement un exosquelette de jambes et qui sera contrôlé par le buste de l'utilisateur. On contient 12 moteurs pour créer ainsi une marche totalement équilibrée pour le patient ainsi que des mouvements dans toutes les directions de l'espace.
Je participe parce que demain c'est l'avenir et pouvoir apporter mon aide au développement de cette technologie, c'est super chouette.
The French team, the team that races without the crutches. And Jaime, I'd like to know, what are the chances of the French team without the crutches?
I think their biggest problem that they have right now is the size of the steps that they can take. So the course is still quite long. And even if you can take those small steps very fast, it's not compared to the other exoskeletons, which are taking more normal, let's say, size of steps.
Okay, all the teams, they had 3 tries, only the best one counted, and we want to find out now how good they performed. Here's the summary of all the races.
The Swiss team Varileg Enhanced shows an exciting internal duel. It's neck and neck between the 2 pilots Rolf Schoch on the right and Thomas Krieg on the left. Both pilots can solve all 6 tasks and reach the finish line in their fastest heat in the exactly same time. What a thriller. Thomas is completely out of breath. In case of a tie, the time of the second best heat decides. In this one, Rolf was a bit faster, so he wins the internal duel.
Ich bin zufrieden.
But neither of them were fast enough for the top 4. The team Varileg Enhanced finishes in 6th and 7th place. Team Angel Robotics from Korea is also represented with 2 pilots in the race. This team already has competition experience. In the CYBATHLON 2016, pilot Byung-ok Kim won the bronze medal. He shows a strong performance also this year, like here on the rough terrain. And he also seems to be very fast. After the race, he is very satisfied with his faultless performance. Will he be victorious? His teammate at Angel Robotics, Hyu-Yoon Lee, also has good coordination and is fast. Angel Robotics is one of the few teams that does not climb down the stairs backwards. With Hyu-Yoon, a small problem occurs during the last task. She cannot move her leg anymore. But she can solve the problem. Like her teammate, Hyu-Yoon also qualifies for the top 4. Here's another impressive exoskeleton. It belongs to the French team Wondercraft with pilot Kevin Piet. He's the only one to walk without crutches, and his exoskeleton, which by the way weighs 85 kilos, is the only one that can walk also sideways. Impressive what this team can do. But because Kevin doesn't have crutches, he can't solve the task rough terrain, for example. The team did not even set this task up. Kevin is exhausted and relieved at the finish. But because of the missing points, he only lands on place 8. The team Exoathlete Asia, the second Korean team in this discipline, does not get all points either. Pilot Dong-Wee Lee is very fast and seems to be comfortable with his exoskeleton. But he cannot solve all the tasks. At the last task, he tips over. It is his second mistake. That's why he gets the least points of all the pilots and finishes 9th and thus lost. Two places in the top 4 are not taken yet. But there are still 2 favorites we haven't seen yet. This is Silke Pan from the Swiss team twice. She was 4th at the last CYBATHLON, and that looks very good again. Silke masters the course without any mistakes and seems to be fast. She has good chance for a podium place. Will she be victorious?
Incroyable. Incroyable. Franchement.
Mark Daniel from the American team IHMC Robotics can also hope for a top placement. He won the silver medal at the last CYBATHLON and performs well. His strong arm muscles, of course, also help him in the task stairs. Mark secures the last place in the top 4. The Russian team Exoathlete with Yura Sidorov just missed the final round. What a pity for him, as he had only jumped in as a backup pilot at short notice. Yura solves all the tasks, but spends a bit too much time. He is missing a few seconds, but he can still be happy after his performance. Here's the ranking. Two teams could not solve all the tasks and are therefore at the bottom of the ranking. The two Swiss pilots from Team Varileg Enhanced are ranked 7th and 6th. Jura Sidorov misses the top 4 by the narrowest margin. In the top 4 are the two pilots of the Korean team Angel Robotics, as well as Mark Daniel and Silke Pan. So the favorites fight for the win. Who will be victorious?
A Swiss team, two Korean team, and a team from the US in the top 4 in the Exoskeleton race. And Kai Schmidt, we have two Korean teams. Is that a surprise for you?
I mean, it is. So all the teams are really great. And I think also what we cannot forget, it's not only the technology, it's also the pilots. So we have seen it if a pilot is more confident to use the device and also allows the device to go faster, essentially, then this makes a big difference.
Thank you very much. And somebody's running around if you're asking yourself what is the noise here. Now, you have the Mio Swiss company that produces exoskeletons by yourself. Is the CYBATHLON also a way to spy a little bit on the other teams?
Not so much spy, maybe get a bit inspiration into what other people are working on. As Kai mentioned, one of the big differences is our target group is really people that have some mobility of the legs but can use this extra assistance, like people with multiple sclerosis or stroke or incomplete spinal cord injury, so not really the ones that are completely paralyzed as we are seeing here in the competition today.
We have two Korean teams within the top 4 teams, and we want to get a closer look to the team with the girl as a pilot.
예전에는 고등학생이었고요. 사고로 흉추 12번 완전 손상을 당해서 지금 하지마비로 감각이나 운동을 전혀 할 수 없는 상태입니다.
실제로 나중에 장애인들이 이런 로봇 기술의 혜택을 받아서 일상생활에서 정말 아무런 어려움 없이 편하게 생활을 할 수 있으시려면 손도 자유로워야 되고 어떤 조작 방법도 버튼 조작이 아니고 사용자의 의도를 잘 해서 정말 손이 자유롭게끔 해주는 그런 방향으로 발전을 해야 될 거라고 생각을 해요.
So that's one of the two Korean teams. They're very strong, but Kai, what makes them so strong?
As I said, I really think it's the mixture of device and pilot. So when we saw the video before, we've seen really the pilots, they're very confident. And
but leave the pilots, the technical, so why is the Korean so good in that?
So their devices are quite fast, so that's also something that we've seen. Some of the slower devices, they have not as much capacity when it comes to speed and step length, and as Jaime mentioned before, that is really what makes somebody fast in the end. So also if you can transition fast from one obstacle to the next, this is also something that helps very much.
And we actually see the Korean team watching us right now. Hello, Korea. And of course, that's the other Korean team. And the pilot is very important. I didn't want to say that it's not important at all. Well, anyway, we have seen one pilot, the US pilot, Mark, already. And all the pilots, they have their own personal story. In many cases, it's an accident or other circumstances that completely changed their life. And for all of them, it was a big challenge to actually find the way back to normal life. Here's the story about Mark Daniel from the US team IHMC Robotics.
What I miss the most is I want to be close to danger, but I want to survive. I grew up in a very kind of extreme sport kind of lifestyle between, hard work and then dirt bikes and skateboards. I don't feel comfortable enough in the wheelchair to take the extreme risks that I grew up taking. As what a lot of people tell me is, wow, how did you do that? And to me, it's like, well, it's moving really, really slow. Short of stairs, I can pretty much do anything I want. Like, I can go downstairs, just can't go upstairs. The accident has really forced me to develop my mind, but in a good way.
3, 2, 1.
When I'm wearing the leg day t-shirt, I get all kind of compliments about, oh, I love your shirt. Sometimes I kind of look funny knocking stuff off the shelf with a broom, or, you know, or just asking people next to me to grab things. I don't think anybody has directly belittled me. If I hear kids ask their parents questions, then I intervene and say something to the kid. So I'll do something, you know, to kind of break the ice there, where people can kind of like, yeah, he's in a wheelchair, but, well, he's a normal person. And you do that to a kid, and the kid can take that, you know, for the rest of their life. I was 18 years old. I started doing industrial work, which is 7 days a week, and shifts vary from 10 hours or more than that. Basically, the 8 days leading up to the accident, I worked 93 hours and fell asleep on the way home. And I don't remember any of it, so it's basically, police report says that I flipped my vehicle several times and I was ejected out of it. Being in the bed and being told that you're paralyzed and not being able to get out of it, you know, just because you're injured anyway, is one thing. But I think it took like a week or week and a half before I actually got to a room, and it was the day that I got in a wheelchair. And I think that day was the day that it like actually hit me that I'm actually paralyzed. Like, this is how it is. And I had this lady, I can't remember her real name, but she just told me to call her mom, which was perfect in the timing anyway. Took her time to just help me through that first transition day. Wasn't pushy, but kind of coaxed me around to starting to move. And she made me push myself the first way. And that's hard. You push yourself at the beginning. I don't really like going to the gym, so I kind of have set up my life to where I have to use muscles that, you know, and use full extension and stretch, and everything I do from the moment that I get up until I walk out of the house, or excuse me, till I roll out of the house in my wheelchair.
He's always reaching above and beyond and testing the limits, which is a great part of what makes him who he is. And not only for his own benefit, but for the benefit of others.
As a kid, I learned agility and, you know, and how to handle other things outside of my body. You know, an exo is more or less a dirt bike or a bicycle or a skateboard. Or those experiences really just helped me be better at what I do now.
His dream is really to change the way we think of disability and mobility for lower limb paralysis. We are fighting for you to have your life back.
Whenever this happens to some kid, when he's just figuring his life out like I was, then boom, he goes back to what he's doing. His life isn't that different. So I just want to see people not lose their hope and not lose their spirit. So that's why I act the way I do.
That's the impressive story of the US team. Mark, it's his name, and Kai, that's really impressive, that story of him.
Yeah, it is. Also that he doesn't give up hope and that he keeps fighting, that's very impressive. And also we have seen that for him, he compared the exoskeleton to a dirt bike, which I think is very interesting. So you have to be brave since the technology is in its early stages. So I think we cannot imagine how it must feel to be strapped in such a device, and then the legs that you usually cannot move are being moved. So I think also these are really pioneers when it comes to the technology.
Jaime, as a developer, you help to actually bring people back to life so they can move around. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, for us, that's our whole motivation. So it's really hearing these stories. It's really talking to the patients that also come to us to try out the MyoSuit, for example. You know, they are people. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes that it's motivating them. It's giving them hope. And that's what this technology does a lot of times. We work with patients who for many years have given up on their bodies. It's too hard to move. It's too hard to do things in daily life. And seeing this technology and being able to access it is really allowing them to have motivation and have a new view on life.
Very good. CYBATHLON wouldn't happen without a lot of partners and supporters, of course. Thank you very much at that point for all the support from our partners. And one of our very important partners, of course, is the Stavros Niarchos Foundation.
Innovation, sportsmanship and integration are important parts of the CYBATHLON. These values convince the Stavros Niarchos Foundation to support and promote the event. The Stavros Niarchos Foundation, SNF, is one of the world's leading private international philanthropic organizations, giving grants to non-profit organizations in the areas of education, health and sports, and social welfare.
SNF aims to create a more just society, one where people have access to the resources they need to thrive, and where inclusion is the norm in all spheres of life. CYBATHLON embodies just this sort of effort. It treats inclusion not as an outcome, but as premise, inviting a range of stakeholders into the conversation.
For Dr. Heini Murer of the SNF, the current COVID pandemic underlines the importance of these values, but at the same time is also a warning. It is a reminder of how easy it is to be complacent in assuming that science, medicine and technology will inevitably advance over time to eliminate the challenges of society.
On the contrary, these advances require international effort, thoughtful collaboration and persistent focus, qualities embodied in the CYBATHLON's mission.
These qualities also define the partnership between the SNF and CYBATHLON, which Roland Sigrist from the Events Organizing Committee greatly appreciates.
When we had to change the CYBATHLON format in this spring, it was really great that the partners, also Stavros Niarchos Foundation, were ready to create this new format together, to go the journey with us. So we are very grateful for taking the opportunity to create something new.
But now we want to go back to the championship. It's not too far away anymore. The decision of our last race at this year's CYBATHLON Global Edition, the decision in the Exoskeleton race. We have 4 teams. They are quite close together, I think. And Kai, what's the important thing now? Is it maybe the nerves that can be the decision maker, or what is it?
I mean, it's certainly the nerves as well. So as I said before, the pilots are very important. But also the device needs to perform, right? So there cannot be any malfunctions. So it needs to do what it's supposed to do in a reliable manner.
So Jaime, what do you think? Who will be on top? Your tip, maybe?
I'm excited to see that there's 3 pilots from the last CYBATHLON being in the top 4 here. I would have to go with the Swiss team just because it's local and it's a team that we also know quite well. So I wish them the best luck.
We have 4 teams, and we want to get a little bit closer look to one team, the Swiss team with Silke Pan.
When I started to begin again to practice acrobatics, where other people told me, no, as a paraplegic, you can't do that. And I do it, and that gives me really a feeling of joy, of achievement, and of satisfaction.
Silke really sets the spirits in the team and her dedication. But Silke said, okay, if you want me to be part of the team, it's okay, I can do it. But only under one condition, that we win a gold medal. That's really the spirit that she gave to the team.
Silke Pan, and she's really a crazy girl. I met her last autumn in another CYBATHLON race, and she's actually watching us from somewhere at the EPFL, I guess. Hi Silke and the whole team, good to have you with us. And Kai, what do you know about Silke? She was an artist actually, she's kind of a very special girl.
I mean, we have seen her in the last CYBATHLON, 2016, and I think also there she performed quite well, and so you can really see her dedication as well. And so what we heard in the movie was actually also what I've seen in the past. So if she set something in her mind, she wants to get there, and she will maybe.
We'll find out very soon if she makes it on the top place. But first, here we have a closer look to our second team from Korea.
한 발 한 발 생각하면서 걸을 수 있다는 게 얼마나 행복한지 느끼게 되었습니다. 1998년도에 브레이크 뺑소니 사고로 하반신 마비가 되었고 T10번, 흉추 10번을 다쳐하고 배꼽 밑으로는 전혀 감각이 없는 완전 마비입니다.
네, 우리 파일럿과 저는 이전에 2016년도 사이바슬론 대회부터 같이 해왔던 관계고요. 지금은 사실상 거의 형제와도 같은 관계라도 할 수 있습니다. 가족입니다.
당연히 이번 대회는 잘 준비했으니 1위는 저희 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Our second Korean team, and they're watching us right now. Hello, everybody. Greetings to Korea. Good to have you with us. Thanks for your effort and your passion. And Jaime, we've seen a few pictures of their races that looked quite well.
Yeah, I think the device looks impressive. Also the pilot, it's very, very important. We saw him in the last edition and he had a lot of energy when he was here in Zurich. So that's my expectation for the race as well.
So we want to have a tip now. Kai, who will be the winner? Sorry, Jaime. I'll look to him.
I'll still go with Switzerland and
Switzerland
wish them the best.
And
same here. Switzerland as well.
So 2 tips on Switzerland. We have to find out now. This is the last decision at this year's CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. It's the decision in the powered exoskeleton race. Enjoy.
Powered exoskeleton finale. 2 South Korean teams from Angel Robotics, Switzerland and the United States of America, all in this finale to CYBATHLON 2020. This promises to be a fantastic shootout for the gold, silver and bronze. Can anybody stop the Koreans dominating this finale to what has been an amazing 48 hours of competition? We have a male and a female pilot from the Angel Robotics teams. This is Kim from Angel Robotics 1 to get the action underway. And look at the motivation from the team. Listen to them pushing already. And Jaime, this is a determined team to take the gold with a very explosive and dynamic fast start. This is Silke Pan for Switzerland, who really do need to perform to their best to stop South Korea taking a clean sweep of gold and silver.
Yes, Nick, these first 2 pilots that we saw here were actually in the competition 4 years ago, so it's very cool to see them back again and see how much better they have gotten at working with their exoskeletons.
That's a great point that you make, Jaime, because Silke was 4th back in 2016. She's determined to get into the medals, into the podium positions, and she's the early leader. Already 15 points for a successful execution of task number 1.
There it is.
Let's go to MQ Robotics from the United States of America. This is Mark Daniel looking for his first green light and point score 15 for the correct execution of task number 1, sit and stand.
Yeah, Mark was also one of the competitors 4 years ago, so I think these are the 3 that are remaining from the last edition of the CYBATHLON.
Absolutely right. And Mark, who took the silver 4 years ago, gets off to a good start. Now, Angel Robotics number 2 team, and this is Lee, the female competitor, and she is really moving along at a rapid pace. Look at the clock here, Jaime. She's at task number 3 with 1:43 on the clock and a perfect score of 29 points. So the South Koreans are both in excellent form here. Here's the second of the Angel Robotics. This is Kim Robotics Team 1, again climbing the stairs with amazing speed.
Yeah, here is very impressive also to see that he's actually taking one step after the other. A lot of other exoskeletons, if you will see, will bring both feet into the same step before taking the next one.
And he is the leader. Angel Robotics Team 1. It is Kim Yong-uk that leads. Perfect score 45, but look at the clock. This is remarkably quick. 2 minutes 20 on the clock, and he's already coming the backside of the stairs and heading to the penultimate task, which of course is the tilted path. This will take some beating. Now here's Silke Pan for Switzerland. She's just 10 seconds behind Hamey, but she too working so effectively on the stairs. Very quick, but she needs to find a little more time.
Yeah, she has very special techniques also. You saw that she didn't transition to walking when she got to the top of the stairs. She actually just was able to work her way to the going downstairs, and she has this technique of going backwards, which is a lot more stable when going down the stairs.
And she does it so skillfully. Now, this is Angel Robotics Team 2. This is Lee, the female pilot. She's 35 seconds off the pace, but still, perfect score in all 3 of her tasks. She's just coming to the end of the stairs, which is task 4, before moving on to the tilted path. But look at this from Kim, the leader, and coming into the 6th and final task. There he looks to open the door, go through that doorway, and then down to end the challenge. This is lightning speed, and he's as fast towards the end of the challenge as he was at the beginning, Hamey.
Yeah, you can really see that he has very good control of the device itself. The interaction here between the human and the robot is actually quite astonishing to watch. And the transitions from one task to the next are very, very smooth. He's really pushing down here.
What a brilliant performance for Kim, Angel Robotics Team 1. 3 minutes 49, the perfect 100-point score. That will take some beating. Not only was each and every one of the 6 tasks, well, performed perfectly, but the speed of movement with that exoskeleton, quite remarkable.
Yeah, it's impressive. You can also see he's not even out of breath after all these tasks.
Let's take a look at Mark Daniels from the United States of America here. Now, who's second in this race, and can he take second position again? It's looking good for... Oh, Silke Pan has lost a little bit of time, Amy. She's now 33 seconds off the pace, closes the door, and to finish her challenge again, she uses that backwards stair technique. 83 points, perfect score on the board, but she's just a little off the pace of Kim, who still leads for South Korea. But Switzerland surely are in the medals once again. 4th 4 years ago. Has she earned a medal this year? Silke now just straightens the exoskeleton and stops the clock. 4:40, 100 points, just off the pace. And that's definitely has Pan in the medals.
Incroyable. Incroyable. Franchement,
Wow.
magnifique.
Ah ouais.
You have to agree with the manager, don't you? An incredible performance, a big improvement on 4 years ago. Now, can Angel Robotics make it a 1-2, or can Switzerland stop the clean sweep from South Korea? This is Lee, remember, the female pilot of the 2nd Angel Robotics team, just coming to the end of her challenge. Perfect score on the board, but it's the clock that will settle the medals right now. And a good, strong finish. Good technique, right to the line. Holds the focus, and there it is. 100 points, perfect score. 5 minutes 53. Just over 2 seconds off the pace of the winner. And that should be good enough for a bronze medal. She's just behind Silke Pan of Switzerland. But Angel Robotics looking good for gold and bronze.
Yeah, very impressive to see that all the exoskeletons and all the competitors have been able to complete all the tasks here in this final round.
There you go.
And this is Mark Daniel for the United States of America, for the IHMC Robotics. This exoskeleton he calls Quicks. Not quite as quick as he wanted it to be today, but Mark has put in another superb performance. The silver medalist in this competition 4 years ago.
Yeah, the exoskeleton is looking a lot smoother than it did 4 years ago, and I think also Mark has gotten a lot better at controlling it. You can see that the ankle joint is actually working very nicely here to go down the ramp.
Flat.
The IMHC robotic of the Florida Institute of Human and Machine has done well here. I think every one of the exoskeletons through the better than 4 years ago, and there is the completion. Perfect score on the board, 100 points, 650 for fourth position. But it is Kim from Korea who takes top spot. Switzerland second, and Korea with their female pilot Lee in the bronze medal position.
Go fast.
Fourth position for Mark Daniels of the United States of America.
Go at it, huh? Yes, sir.
Impressive. And here we can see the Korean team, the point when they realize that they're the winners. Great party in Korea. It's in the middle of the night and they're still up, of course, to see up. And now we have a look at the graphics, the 4 top teams. We have the top team, first place for Angel Robotics. We have on second place Silkepan with the team twice, the Swiss team, and then the second Korean team, Yo-Yoon Lee, Angel Robotics 2, and then Mark Daniel, AHMC Robotics. And now we go to Korea, if I hear that correctly. We are connected. It's actually quite late in the evening. It's 12 o'clock in the night and everybody was still up. And Korea is far away, so we will have quite a bit of a delay. But I tried, so hello, Korea. Congratulations, that was really impressive what you just did. So can you tell us a little bit, how was the race for yourself?
레이스 어땠는지 얘기해달래요.
로봇이 워낙 좋아가지고 편안하게 탔습니다.
He said the robot is so good, so he was so comfortable to walk.
Very good, but we saw that you're so fast. How you do that to be that fast?
어떻게 이렇게 빠르니?
우리 로봇의 밸런스가 너무 잘 맞아서 그냥 편안하게 레이싱을 한 것 같아요. 대한민국 로봇이 세계 최고입니다.
So our robot has a really good balance, so he could walk without much effort. So Korean robotics rules the world.
Very good, but I want to also talk about the pilot. How tired are you after that race?
하고 얼마나 피곤하냐고.
전혀 피곤하지 않습니다.
He said he can do this all the night.
All the night.
Very good. Thank you very much for joining us. All the best. Best wishes to Korea and congratulations once again. First place in the exoskeleton race. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So good. That's yeah, Jaime, that's brilliant to have a winner like that team, is it?
Yeah, exactly. And as I mentioned, when you have pilots or users of the technology who are as involved in the whole process, it just makes all of our work so much more rewarding, and it makes us want to help them as much as we can, and that they can have as good of a daily life as they possibly can.
And it's not only the pilot, it's the whole team. Everybody was excited and still there. It's in the middle of the night, but it's the team spirit. That's very important.
Yes, I think it is. You saw that everybody was very involved, and it takes a lot of people to get it working, right? So first of all, you have to find ways to train the pilot, to make the device fit to the pilot. So I think there are many tasks, and in the end, we see just the device and the pilot, but there are many other people behind it that actually make that possible.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now, Kai Schmidt and Jaime Duarte, the co-founders of Mio Swiss, who produces exoskeletons by themselves. Thank you very much for being here. It was a pleasure. And we're not over yet. The last race was the exoskeleton race, of course, but please stay with us. We will have a little break, but in the last hour, we have more background information. For example, CYBATHLON and schools, what does that mean? And of course, we'll look together a little bit in the future and asked what CYBATHLON will be in the next few years. So I hope you stay a little bit more with us, and we'll be back in 1 minute, maybe, something like that.
Success isn't just about what you accomplish in your life. It's about what you inspire others to do. Live your version of freedom of movement. We support paraplegics for a lifetime.
New for you. New for Switzerland. For everyone who wants to watch more. The new streaming platform featuring Swiss films, series and documentaries, all in your language. Stream anytime, anywhere. Stream Switzerland. Play Swiss. Discover everything Switzerland has to offer.
Hello everyone, grüezi miteinander. This is still CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. We're still live here from the architecture building on the campus Hönckeberg at ETH Zurich. The sun goes down slowly, so we'll do the CYBATHLON this year's races actually. We've seen 6 exciting competitions within the last 2 days. So at this point, thank you very much to all the teams for their work, for their passion, and to join us actually at this year's Global Edition. It's not over yet. It's time to talk about some background themes, and of course we also have some more pictures of the day for you as well in this last hour. But I'd like to welcome my next 2 guests. You already know them. We have Robert Riener, the initiator of CYBATHLON, and we have Roger Gassert, he's vice president of the strategic board of CYBATHLON. And we have the Korean team actually as a winner. Robert, that's fantastic. What they did.
Yeah, that's really great. I'm happy for them, and they also earned it. Seeing them already 4 years ago at the CYBATHLON, getting the bronze medal, and I did see them and meet them sometimes in Korea, and it was impressive with how much motivation they formed the group. They informed the local media and made a good story also in Korea about that.
And Roger, they are also performing very well. They're very fast. That's also very impressive from the technical point of view.
Really amazing. Something we've been struggling with all along, getting both the necessary power to walk up stairs and ramps and being fast. And not only the speed at which they walk, but also how easily it was for him to switch transitions from one obstacle to the other is really, really impressive.
Very good. Now let's have a look back. We had 2 days actually. CYBATHLON was a very special edition. We see again the Korean team, how they cheered when they realized that they're the winners. So that's the team spirit we mentioned before, which is very important as well. And Robert, the last 2 days, what was your personal highlight?
My personal highlight was to see how well the technology did develop over the last 4 years. How the surface electrode system, for example, did outperform the implanted systems. How many pilots made all tasks. So that finally the time was more important than the task, which should change again because the tasks are important. So that was impressive to see.
So we have to change the task maybe to make it even more heavy to do?
I think that's the wonderful challenge we are left with. Yes, we are again at the point where we need to come up with more challenging tasks that push the teams to develop their technologies even further, always with the aim of making it close to use in daily life.
So many highlights, of course, in the last 2 days. One thing that I have in my mind is the exoskeleton race, of course, with Silke Pan, for example. And we have a look at a few pictures right now. We can see it. She's walking up the ramp right here. We see Silke Pan walking to the door. That works very well. Robert.
Yes, she's a well-trained pilot. Also in the race since at least 4 years, because she did get the 4th prize at the CYBATHLON 4 years ago. And also, she was also one of my favorites. Also the American team, by the way. But things do not always happen as we predict.
It's a championship and you never know how it ends. Now we see Silke here cheering for the 2nd place, so she's very happy. And now all CYBATHLON athletes, they have their very personal story, and for many of those athletes, CYBATHLON and the work with the team is very essential and help them on their way. Here's the story of Silke Pan, the exoskeleton pilot you just saw in the pictures. She was a trapeze artist, then she had an accident, but she found back to life.
The Great Hall of the University of Freiburg. Today's lecture, Public Law. Lecturer, Adriano Previtali. He's a professor of law and also the president of Pro Infirmis, the Swiss organization for the disabled. He was one of the first professors in a wheelchair.
So we have some little problems. That was the wrong video clip, so we tried again. We want to see the story, the very impressive story about the exoskeleton pilot from Switzerland, Silke Pan. Here it is.
Le fait que j'ai pu maintenant redécouvrir l'acrobatie, le cirque, et que je puisse maintenant travailler de nouveau dans le monde du spectacle, c'est une surprise. Mais c'est tellement beau et ça m'apporte tellement de bonheur, de satisfaction, que j'ai envie d'aller plus loin là-dedans. J'ai fait l'école nationale du cirque à Berlin, en Allemagne. J'ai travaillé beaucoup d'années en tant qu'artiste de cirque, contorsionniste, trapéziste. J'aimais vraiment ces sports qui font travailler aussi plus le physique et le mental. J'essaye de donner quelque chose avec mon corps qui doit être le prolongement de mes émotions, le prolongement de mes idées, de mes mots finalement. En 2007, j'ai eu un accident en tombant du trapèze. Ensuite, je suis devenue paraplégique, j'ai une paraplégie complète. Quand on a travaillé avec son corps, de tout à coup le perdre comme ça, voilà, c'était un moment difficile. Je me suis reconvertie professionnellement, sportivement aussi, en faisant du paracyclisme, le handbike. Cette année, normalement, on aurait eu les Jeux paralympiques pour lesquels je pensais espérer être qualifiée et courir. Mais en même temps, quelque chose de nouveau s'est ouvert. C'était pendant le confinement. Après 13 ans de paraplégie, j'ai découvert que j'arrivais toujours à me mettre en équilibre sur mes bras. En quelques minutes, j'ai retrouvé ces sensations d'équilibre qui étaient restées en moi alors que j'avais tourné la page, alors que j'avais mis cette vie-là de côté. De pouvoir me remettre en équilibre sur les bras, c'est un peu pour moi comme si je retrouvais mes jambes. Là, je redécouvre une manière d'être avec tout mon corps. Depuis 2016, je collabore avec l'équipe de l'EPFL, Twice, pour le développement, la conception de l'exosquelette.
Having Silke as a circus acrobat in the team makes her understand every single aspect of movement and makes her understand exactly how the exoskeleton is affecting her body. Every single change we make, every single feature we add, she has something to say about it. Her spirit really gives a strong feeling of dedication for every single person. Having spent all this time with Silke during the past 4.5 years since the first edition of CYBATHLON, it's really changed the way I see technology, the way I see research, in a way that really makes us work towards better technology for humans, and not better technology for the sake of technology. She's never giving up. Her dedicated nature is for sure a driving element for everyone.
Bien 4-5 ans après l'accident, j'avais plus de connexion avec mon corps. C'est vraiment avec les années que j'ai développé cette proprioception qui m'a d'ailleurs aussi beaucoup aidé dans l'apprentissage avec l'exosquelette, de contrôler mon corps malgré le fait que je le sente pas. Des fois, quand on doit réapprendre quelque chose, eh bien, ça devient encore plus fort. Parce que ce que j'avais acquis avant l'accident d'une manière naturelle, j'ai dû le réapprendre avec ma conscience, avec la volonté. Quand je suis en acrobatie et que je me mets en équilibre sur les bras, je dois prendre conscience de mon corps en entier. Et ça, c'est la même chose avec l'exosquelette. Je trouve que c'est très beau et c'est magnifique. Et moi, ça m'apporte un peu une sensation de vivre à nouveau et une sensation d'avoir retrouvé mon corps.
Silke Pan, the portrait about the exoskeleton pilot from Switzerland. Robert, that's really impressive, is it?
Yes, of course, it's impressive also knowing these special stories about these people who had so much bad luck. And but also we have to appreciate the performance of the team behind that great robotics team from APFL, which is together. It's always the technology and the team behind with the engineers and the pilot who also needs to be trained.
Do you often see athletes like Silke that they get something like a boost for the normal life through the CYBATHLON?
Yeah, I think that's in most of the cases we see this. And but I would say that's also normal. It's the same with sports. If you perform better, if you make the first, or if you get a medal, it motivates you. It makes you happier.
She said, actually, there are no limits. You have to fight. That's actually something you know from the research as well. You have to keep going, no matter what happens.
Keep pushing the boundaries, yeah, and never take, it doesn't work right now for an answer, but keep trying and keep improving.
So, and here she is, Silke Pan. We go directly to her. She's live from Lausanne, I think. Silke, congratulations first for your second place. That was a very good race.
Yes, I'm glad about it, and for me and for the whole team. It's very good, yes.
Congratulations. How happy are you with that second place?
Yes, we are really happy because a place between the three first athletes, I think it's very good. And for us, I know we improved a lot during this past month, and we did a time with which we were very satisfied, and yes, we are happy about the second place, of course.
Congratulations again. And we just saw the story about your life, actually, and that's very impressive. You got back to the acrobatics after years. How was that? How did you get back that feeling to do the acrobatics again?
It was something that happened, I would say, like that. I didn't plan it. It was this year in April. There was a lockdown. We couldn't get out because of the coronavirus. And I tried to do some exercises to improve my strength for the hand cycling. And I don't know, just by the way, I tried to get in that position on my hands, and there in less than 10 minutes I got back this feeling of balance, and it was something really incredible because I thought that was something past, something forgotten, and during the 13 past years, I never did it again, and then just in a few minutes, I could feel that balance again, and it's sort of magic. I don't know.
What does it give to you now that you can do acrobatics again?
It opened some new opportunities. When I first saw that I could stand on my hands again, I continued training, and I had immediately some new figures and exercises in my head that I wanted to train and to improve. And I don't know, only a few weeks later, after I posted the first pictures on Facebook, I was contacted by a circus director who saw that pictures and asked me if I would like to be part of the program.
But that's nothing for you, or what do you say to that?
I didn't hear. Sorry.
Is it a possibility for you now to go back to the circus?
Maybe, I don't know. I didn't plan it like anything. I didn't plan anything. But,
okay, but that's perfect. I will wish you all the best. Silke Pan, thank you very much, and congratulations again for that second places. I hope all the best for the future, and hope to see you again in the next CYBATHLON. Thank you very much. Goodbye, Silke.
Thank you.
It's very impressive, Silke Pan. We see her again cheering here when they realized that they were the first. Is it really something that the CYBATHLON can help people to bring back something completely different? I mean, CYBATHLON, that's a race, it's a championship, and something that got lost in the life of Silke, to bring that back. Yeah. Is that really possible?
Yeah, of course. There are many facets which we are targeting, not only planned. There's better physical performance because they're training. They also have to be actively participating to the movement. There's also cognition or mental effects. We get happy if we can participate somewhere or win something. And the entire environment might be affected. The family is happy, the friends are happy, and there are many unpredictable effects to the people.
How much courage does it give to you, for example, to keep on going? I mean, that's the spirit of Silke, that's something fantastic. Does that motivate you as well to go on?
Oh, absolutely. I think it not only gives them, or many of them, a new meaning, but it also gives us, as was said before, it gives us a different way of looking at what we do. And, you know, it's not just me. When I see how this touches the students, you get the kind of feedback. This is one of the most meaningful things I take along from my studies, is to have had these kind of experiences. And I think it will change the way they approach the work they do later on for their entire life. So I think it's just extremely valuable for all of us, for everyone involved.
Thank you very much. You stay with us, and thanks, Robert, for the moment. We're going to see you later again. And we'll just have a short break, and after that we'll have a closer look to an athlete, for example, with an arm prosthesis, and the motor of her prosthesis, and what the athlete would like to change on all that. We'll be back in a minute.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner.
Zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom versorgt. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
CYBATHLON moves people and technology. Schultes Clinic is medical partner.
스위치를 가지 못하게 돼서 많이 아쉽고 그곳에서 저와 같은 장애를 가진 분들과 또 다른 유형 분들이 대회를 준비하는 모습을 보고 싶었는데 그것을 직접적으로 보지 못해서 좀 많이 아쉽지만 그래도 이번 코로나 때문에 어쩔 수 없이 비대면으로 이런 대회를 준비하게 되었는데 각자 나라에서 준비한 만큼 좋은 결과를 냈으면 좋겠습니다.
And here we're back at the CYBATHLON studio on the ETH Henkeberg. I welcome my new guest. It's Max-Erik Busse-Grawitz. He's the chief engineer of Maxon, a Swiss company that produces motors for different assistive technologies, such as prosthesis, of course. And actually, my first question, how do you like the CYBATHLON?
I like it a lot, I have to say. It's always enriching to see what you can do with technology, but also what the limitations are. And it's always pushing the envelope, you get feedback. And it's always teaching us a little bit, you know, to stay humble and to look forward and to improve and always keep improving. There's no perfection and there's still a very long way to go. And that's what I love, because there you see really what the real world is like.
Roger Gassert actually called you before the motor doctor. What do you like most about motors?
Well, motors are in a way, you know, they're very fast. The problem is humans are not so fast, but humans are very strong. And so you always have to put the motor down to the sloth of humans, but also the strength of humans. And that's what is really intriguing, because there are many, many ways to achieve that. And there's not the best solution. There are many, many solutions, and it depends very much on how you want to engineer things to come up with a good solution. And that's what fascinates me.
Roger Gassert, would research be possible without motors?
Well, if, you know, in an area like this where we're talking about movements, no, the one thing we absolutely need are motors, and good motors, and motors with human-like capabilities, yes.
Okay, now Maxon produces motors for prostheses and other stuff, and we have Maria Fossati, who actually took part in the arm prosthesis race yesterday in the Italian Soft Hand Pro team. She got second in that race, and she traveled together with her team to Switzerland to actually visit the Maxon company, and she had a few suggestions for improvement.
The slender sportswoman has worn a variety of different prostheses since her childhood. Inside her hand you can find a Maxon motor, light but still powerful. The crew are looking forward to visiting the world-leading manufacturer of drive systems near Lucerne.
We are really curious about meeting the Maxon company today. I really wish that today we can discuss about prosthetic users and about how motors can be developed in the future.
Maria has some specific ideas that are important to her. Will she manage to get her points across to CEO Eugen Elmiger, who gives them a warm welcome?
Welcome to Switzerland. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Thank you very much being here at Maxon.
Thank you.
I would like to show you the manufacturing place in our factory where the motors are produced.
Development engineer Robin takes her to the production line. Maria's impressed.
Yes, I've never been in a place like this.
Okay.
Yes.
Maxon's products are not only used in a variety of medical applications, but also in NASA's Mars rover. They are extremely durable.
Yes. They never burned a motor, so it's good.
CEO Eugen Elmiger spends the entire afternoon in the development lab with the crew. They discuss ideas. He asks questions. How does the prosthesis work with just one motor? How long did it take before she could operate her prosthesis?
Did it take a day, a week, a month?
A minute.
A minute?
Yes.
And the motor doesn't get too hot?
Also, when you end shake, you just feel it warm. Not really cold.
Yeah.
This is nice.
Yeah.
Then comes the question Maria has been waiting for.
What would you like to change, or what would be your first wish to change on the prosthetic?
Well, it's to stop really the noise of the motor, if it's possible.
Yeah.
When I was on a taxi, side by side the taxi driver, and suddenly I moved the end, and the taxi driver was like, "Wow, what's that? What's that noise?" Because if people don't know that you're wearing power and prosthesis, so I feel a little bit creepy about hearing this kind of noise. So the noise, maybe it's possible to do something about noise. Yes.
So this is something which is related also with the speed, speed and torque.
Can completely move the joint and definitely hand really rough.
You know, the meeting and the exchange of experience with Maria, Manuel and her team was very exciting because we could get real feedback from the users and we can produce better products for them.
And perhaps Maxon's global success is also down to the fact it likes to embrace new, interesting ideas.
And hope we can send you a Christmas gift by the end of the year with some new solutions.
Thank you, really, thank you.
Thank you so much, and I wish you a very nice journey back to Italy. Thank you so much.
Maria Fossati, who knows how her prosthesis should be. So, Max Erik, how cool is it to get that direct feedback from the users?
It's always challenging. Oftentimes they tell us things we don't like, but it's exactly that which makes us grow stronger.
She's actually annoyed by the noise. You're the motor doctor. Is it actually even possible to make silent motors?
It is possible, but the question is always which compromise you're willing to take. So oftentimes when you reduce noise, you also reduce efficiency, which you don't want because humans are very strong and they don't get too hot. And if you want to be strong and not get hot, you want to be very efficient. There's a second way of doing that by using certain kinds of drives which take much more space. And in a hand prosthesis, you don't have too much of space. And so there could be a third and a fourth way, which we will be looking at. Actually, we do have sound engineers at Maxon. And it's always interesting to hear that in a certain prosthesis, noise is a problem. There are others where noise is not too much of a problem, but in that case, I take this challenge and I'm more than happy to look at that problem. Yeah.
We'll see in a few years what's happening with the Maxon motors if they will be silent. And now Maria Fossati is watching us. We have some few pictures from yesterday when she was competing. Here she is in the haptic box. Roger, how did you followed that race here?
I mean, her performance was just amazing, and I know a bit about the prosthesis that she has. There's really a lot of thought that has gone into it. You know, the fact that she can do all these tasks with just one single motor. If you think I have 27 muscles I can move here in my hand, that's extremely amazing.
And she got second yesterday with that soft hand from the Soft Hand Pro. And now we go live to Maria Fossati. And I say first, Maria, can you hear me? Yes, there she is.
Hi, everybody.
Maria, congratulations. Second place yesterday. That was brilliant.
Yes, we are so proud about this result. Thank you. Yes.
You solved all the 100 points, but you were just a little bit slower than the winning team. Is speed the main problem?
Well, not a little bit slower, like 40 seconds. So it was not just seconds, but it's okay because we did really all our best and we got all the points. So it was really nice, really good for us. And also because we have a myoelectric hand, so it's a bit tricky and it takes a little bit longer maybe to control really the end. But for us was really a great race.
It was exciting to watch, actually, to do all the tasks. Now, you mentioned the noise in the video clip we just saw. So how annoying is the noise? In what situation? You mentioned the taxi driver, but I'm sure there are other situations.
Yes, every time you are in a silent place, the noise is really an issue because it just distracts people that looks at you wondering, what is this noise? So it really puts you in a bad situation that people has to ask what this noise, what's about, and so it's really disturbing sometimes.
How do you react if you have a situation like that and people look at you or think, whoa, what's that? And how do you react?
Now I laugh Now, as an adult, I just laugh and talk with the people and just explain what happened, the prosthesis, and so on. When I was young, when I was a child, it was really, really bad situation.
So Max Erik from Maxon, he said he has a present for Christmas for you, a silent motor. How would that be for you if you had a silent motor in your prosthesis?
Yeah.
How would it be for you?
Christmas.
So thank you very much, Maria Fossati. And of course, Maxon doesn't have the motor yet, the silent one, but they're working on it. Yeah. And maybe it's Christmas. So Christmas, but that was actually a true thing. Will you make it until Christmas for a silent motor?
Well, I think it takes a little bit longer. If it had been that easy, we would have already come out with something like that.
How long does it take?
Depends on what you want. Let's say for a first good version, maybe for the prototype, half a year. And for a series production, perhaps 2 years. And it depends also, as I say, what do you want to sacrifice? Because you have to give something to get something. And that's the issue, actually. So we have to really find out, what are you willing to give? Is it more weight? Is it less efficiency? Is it more space? What are you willing to give? And then we can come up with a solution which is, let's say, more silent.
Okay. Maxon is a company that has many different products on the market. But Roger, most of the assistive technologies we see in the CYBATHLON, they're prototypes, they're not on the market. So how often can CYBATHLON actually help to bring these technologies on the market?
Well, I mean, we have concretely seen already that some of the teams that have participated at the CYBATHLON, the first that comes to my mind is Skevo, for example, is now a company and has a product out on the market, and I am sure that there are some additional teams. So I think we've already been able to show that CYBATHLON can contribute to this. And I think what's also crucial is, the fact that Max Erik is here, and it's not just now for CYBATHLON, but I've benefited from this as well. Maxon is truly interested in the special applications we have, because I also have some Christmas wishes for Maxon. There's a few additional ones, and they are truly trying to help us. Like you said, these are special applications. Maxon makes a lot of motors, so when we ask them for one motor with a special characteristic, that's challenging for them. But yeah, again, CYBATHLON is also pushing this collaboration and the addressing of these special needs we have.
And you mentioned Skevo, the electric wheelchair that is actually on the market, and we have some more information about that product for you.
With the Skevo, I can extend my mobility to an important degree. On one hand, I can finally visit my neighbors next door, because too often they have long stairs leading to their doors. And actually, I haven't been in their homes for the last 5 years since my accident. So with Skevo, I could, for the first time, visit them. I sit in the wheelchair because 5 years ago I had an accident, a motorcycle accident in Morocco. I was there with 2 good friends. They made a big effort to bring me to one of the best hospitals there. I got then excellent rehabilitation in one of Switzerland's rehabilitation centers in Nottwil. Using the Skevo for the first time, it felt like a little bit dancing. It felt like dancing on the street with the joystick and with the 2 wheels which are constantly keeping the balance. You have a very lofty feeling. The new possibilities that you have for reaching things you couldn't reach before, that's the other good feeling I had.
I'm Benny Winter. I studied mechanical engineering at ETH. We started about 6 years ago. I wanted to do a student project. I had the idea to build a cool robot that could climb steps. At the same time, the CYBATHLON was initiated. So the idea came, hey, we could put a seat on top. This is what we did. We built a wheelchair that could climb stairs. It feels really great to have our first customers now, It was a long journey from the first prototype to now the first product that we can ship. And yes, to see them drive around outside without our assistance, it feels amazing. So 2016 at the CYBATHLON, we were the favorite of ETH, but we didn't even make it 1 meter past the start line. This was really hard, and yeah, this was a down point in our journey. So then when the day came and we launched our video the first time and it got so many views, this was like the starting point. We invented Skivo Pro, and are really stoked about it, yeah. Our focus right now is bringing our device to the market, but of course we also want to compete again at the CYBATHLON, because we want to show everyone that our device is really working, that we even can win the first place, and that people actually can use it in their daily lives. It's a whole other story right now.
I'm a mobility freak, and I would say the Skivo for me is the city mobile and the neighborhood mobile. I certainly will enjoy to make more visits to my neighbors, a thing which I couldn't do in the past. So that's one great thing I'm looking for.
What a nice story. And Roger, I think that's a really good example how it should work from the research to the market.
Absolutely, and I'm really excited to see where their journey will go. I think Sue mentioned some of the challenges also with bringing such a product to the market and finding those people who can most benefit from it, and I'm really excited to see how they develop over the next years and which applications they find.
Max-Erik Busse-Grawitz von Maxon, I know that you're involved in the Mars mission. How does that help to produce new products?
Well, the Mars mission gives visibility. And visibility means that the likelihood that a new customer with a more or less crazy idea shows up is much higher. So I think Mars has given us the opportunity to say, look, we're pushing for the limits. And if people look for something which is pushing for the limits, the likelihood is very high that they come to us. But then it's still a way to go. We are no magicians, but we always like to take challenges.
But about pushing the limits, can you say something? Where are you working on? What are you working on right now?
Yes, we're working on actuators which have much higher efficiency than before, with lower speeds. That's what I said. For the muscular range, where you really want to have very high torque at low speeds, but still high efficiency and not too much heating up. That's something we're working on at the moment.
Does that help for your research?
Absolutely. That would be my Christmas wish. If I put what you just said to other words, if I compare it to the muscles I carry around with me, motors right now, they're big, heavy, and very weak muscles. And I would like more lighter, more compact, and stronger muscles. And I think that's exactly what they're planning to do. So I am very excited.
He's really very excited. You see his eyes. So thank you very much, Max-Erik Busse-Grawitz from Maxim. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks
also, Roger. We're going to see you later in the show. And we have a little break until we will be back for the end.
Success isn't just about what you accomplish in your life. It's about what you inspire others to do. Live your version of freedom of movement. We support paraplegics for a lifetime.
New for you. New for Switzerland. For everyone who wants to watch more. The new streaming platform featuring Swiss films, series and documentaries, all in your language. Stream anytime, anywhere. Stream Switzerland. Play Swiss. Discover everything Switzerland has to offer.
disability justice and disability gain, because disability on itself is a valid and valuable way of being in this world and needs to be able to flourish and not to be exterminated.
Yeah, we're still here at CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition, and I welcome my next guest. It's Sarah Springman, Director of ETH Zurich. Good to have you here.
Good afternoon. How nice to be here.
So we're at the CYBATHLON. What does the CYBATHLON mean to you personally?
It means an opportunity to change the lives of a group of people in a wonderful way. It means that you can push back the boundaries, you can change the way you think about your future, and you can basically push back the walls and do a lot more things you could never do before. And bringing together engineers, and I'm an engineer too, not this kind of engineer, but engineers and the pilots is something really special. I love this, working together. It's absolutely a win-win.
So bring back the team, of course. And CYBATHLON Global Edition 2020 is a little bit different the last 2 days. How did you like that?
I am so proud of everybody in the team that has organized this, because instead of cancelling it, you said, we can do this, we can make it work. And I've been watching it yesterday and today, and I have been so excited to see teams in Brazil, in Korea, in India, all around the world, and of course here in Switzerland, and seeing people competing under exactly the same conditions with fantastic referees who've done a great job as well, and people have been competing, people who otherwise couldn't have been here. So it's inclusive, it opens up the world to this fantastic event. And of course, the finals are also quite special. So I think in future to have an e-version and the version in the stadium with everybody screaming and yelling and having goosebumps is going to be just a great extension of the CYBATHLON concept.
So we will maybe see that way of events in the future as well for CYBATHLON. If you look at the pilots, how they fight, the happy faces, there's really a lot of energy in it, is it?
There's a huge amount of energy, but there's also emotion. And being part of a race is something that I think is really special. But what I want to say to you guys who are commentating, yes, there is a winner, the person who's the fastest, but they're all winners. And I want to hear this more in the future. Everybody who has been a pilot, everybody who has been in the teams, everybody who's been in the entourage behind them, they're all winners. And being part of the CYBATHLON family, I think, is something that should be remembered, I hope, for the rest of their lives. And it'll give them a lovely, warm feeling when they think back to what they achieved. So I want to hear everybody's a winner. This is a real win-win experience.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Everybody is a winner, every team and every pilot. And if you look at the pilots, what do you think? How important is it also for these people to be part of that whole thing?
I think it's a life-changing moment, potentially, especially if their feedback on what it feels to move a prosthesis helps to develop it better for themselves in the future, but for also thousands of other people. And it's like building the bricks in the wall, and maybe we're somewhere down at the bottom. And this wall is going to be something that's really very impressive in the future. So I really think they are in a pioneering role that gives them a fantastic opportunity to make a difference, not just for themselves, but for lots of other people. And that also gives you a nice and warm feeling. And I'm sorry we haven't been able to give them the cheering spectators this time around. That's the negative bit. But I'm quite sure if they read social media and all the rest of it, they will also get a nice warm feeling about their impact on lots of other people all around the world.
And everybody can watch, not only 5,000 people maybe in one hall.
Precisely.
Talking about the future, it's the second CYBATHLON. If we look like 10 years ahead, where will be the CYBATHLON? How will it be?
Well, I hope it'll be a phrase that many more people will know about. I hope that when they think of CYBATHLON, they'll know exactly what we mean by it, and that we will have touched the lives of many more people all around the world. What is it, over 200 countries in the world? I would be absolutely thrilled that if, instead of the 20 countries we had here, we've had continental events, and within all of those continents, we've been able to reach 200 countries. Why not? I mean, what we've seen is it's possible.
What would you tell the young researchers? Why should they focus on CYBATHLON, on that kind of development?
But I mean, it's fun. And you can see the results. And that is extremely, makes you feel very satisfied when you've made a difference. And especially when you have a brilliant idea that opens the door for doing something in a different and creative way. And we've seen from all of these prostheses, those that have electrical stimulus, and I mean all sorts of things we've seen in the last 2 days. I hope somebody sits down and analyzes it and puts together a kind of diversity map to show how all of the different groups have tried to solve the problem, to go as fast from A to B and do all of the tasks, because I think that diversity is important, and especially in countries where they don't have a lot of money to buy lovely Maxon motors, which are fantastic, the best. I think that's an option as well. And I think we want to be inclusive and make sure that more people can try and solve the challenges they face locally in where they come from.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much for being here, Sarah Bringman, Director of ETH3. Thanks for your words, for all the teams, for the pallets, for the team behind. Thank you for being here very much. And CYBATHLON is not only a championship, it's also a philosophy. We have talked about that in the last 2 days. And where should a philosophy start? I think in the schools.
Machen wir jetzt 1,12, du bist da recht hoch. Spann mal da, auf der anderen Seite.
Day 3 of a week-long CYBATHLON school camp in Dübendorf, a town near Zurich, Switzerland. The participants, kids between 11 and 15 years of age, are all engrossed in what they're doing. Andre, 13, and 11-year-old Melina are excited to be there.
Weil es mega cool ist und weil man viel lernt, weil ich gerne programmieren tue, also fast noch lieber als etwas zeichnen oder so.
Dass man eben programmieren kann, weil ich kann gerne programmieren und im späteren Leben würde ich Ingenieur werden. Ich kann auch selber einen 3D-Drucker und drucke mir auch selber Sachen.
The goal for the week, building a gripper for an elbow joint exoskeleton operated by sensors placed on the free arm.
Also der Pilot nimmt ihn so, dass das Gelenk bewegt werden kann vom Motor, der da ist. Es muss natürlich auf den Pilot eingestellt sein, die Größe. Und der hebt es nachher so und das wird bewegt und das wird bewegt. Die Griffer werden von den Designern gemacht da. Und die Designer machen den Griffer. Und wenn der Griffer nicht gut ist, kann man nicht gut heben. Und wenn der Programmiercode nicht gut ist, dann wird es Fehler geben. Deswegen muss beide Teile gut sein, dass es funktioniert.
Over the course of 4 days, young participants learn everything they need to know to make the best possible use of an elbow joint exoskeleton. There's a competition on the final day of the camp. Nina Colliger is the representative of CYBATHLON at school. The children's work has surpassed all her expectations.
Genial, sie machen super, sie sind voll dabei, sie sind mega motiviert, sie sind auch gut, sie sind schneller als wir gedacht haben, kommen super voran, mega lässiges Team auch.
One of the main goals for the week is for the kids to be active, to play and to have fun. They also learn about the workings of a radio show and about ethics aspects. Each day they have lunch together. And then get back to work whenever they feel like it.
Ziel vom Lager ist, Jugendliche begeistern für Technik, für die MINT-Fächer, das ist Mathe, Informatik, Naturwissenschaft und Technik, wo es noch darum geht, Kinder und Jugendliche sensibilisieren für Menschen mit einer körperlichen Behinderung. Von CYBATHLON das cool ist, dass das grösste Ziel, Module sind entwickelt mit den Menschen mit einer Behinderung, sollen auch immer Menschen mit einer Behinderung dabei sein, die am Modul teilnehmen.
Experiencing life with a disability, trying new things, realizing what kind of problems people with disabilities face each day. Armin and Hitzi coach participants during the exercises.
Jetzt musst du aber schnell wieder hinten liegen, sonst gehst du vorne raus. Gut.
Es hat mich sehr beeindruckt, dass man immer noch sehr sportlich sein kann, obwohl man Behinderungen hat.
Most students come to a similar realization.
Es sieht mega einfach aus beim Armin, aber ich finde es mega schwierig.
Dass sich Kinder oder auch junge Erwachsene bewusst sind, dass es nicht Mitleid braucht, sondern dass es reale Hindernisse gibt, die sich stellen.
Der eine hat zu mir gesagt, großer Respekt, dass du den Scheiß jeden Tag machst. Ich muss sagen, ja, voll, danke.
Ganz herzlich willkommen.
The day after, competition day at CYBATHLON at school.
Ich will so aufgeregt. Ich habe irgendwie gedacht, das sind so 10 Leute.
Let's go. Time limit 3 minutes. The goal is to solve tasks as quickly as possible. Who is the most skillful pilot? Who has managed to develop the most successful gripper? Melina and her team fight hard and end up in the middle of the ranking list.
Es hat sehr viel Spaß gemacht. Also von einer Skala von 1 bis 10 würde ich 10 sagen.
Andre is fighting to win. A close race. In the end, his team comes in second.
Ich habe ein gutes Gefühl, weil ich es geschafft habe und mein Ziel ist erreicht, weil mir ist klar war, dass wir die anderen nicht besiegen können, weil sie sind älter und haben mehr Erfahrung wahrscheinlich mit dem und ja, ich bin sehr zufrieden.
Ich hoffe, wir können auch oft so Camps machen, weil es ist für uns natürlich mega genial, wenn wir mal wieder eine ganze Woche mit Kids verbringen können. Wir hoffen aber auch, dass wir viel in Schulen können und so viele Schülerinnen und Schüler, Klassen, Camps und alles durchführen.
CYBATHLON at school. A great success for all involved.
There are many happy faces in the schools, and I ask Robert Riener, the initiator of CYBATHLON, to bring the idea of CYBATHLON into schools. What do you expect from that?
I think it's very important that people in a very young age experience the aspect of disability. When I was young, I never saw a wheelchair driver because our family and friendship, there was no person with impairments. So when I first saw a spinal cord injured person in a wheelchair when I did my PhD, I was very shy. There were some taboos. And it took me a while to get used to the fact that this is a very nice, normal person. And I think we have to avoid this situation with our young students nowadays, so that they get confronted with the challenges of these people, but just with these people in a normal daily life.
I will say hello to Roland Sigrist, the director of the CYBATHLON, and you were actually in the schools with the children. How was that for you? How did you think? How did they react on all that?
So I was very impressed by the work of the kids. So in the camp that we just saw, they had 1 week time to create this grasping exoskeleton style, prosthesis style device, and they figured out that friction plays a key role to grasp objects, and I was impressed also by the programming they could do, how they understood things that I have never understood when I was young, so that was really inspiring also.
Roger Gassert, is that also something you can look for new talents? There was one child saying, I like programming and everything, so you should actually write him, come to my team or something. What do you think about that?
Oh, absolutely. There are some that are really fascinated with this, and we have had actually students from maybe a couple classes higher that have contacted us, for a diploma, Matura thesis. They would like to do something in this field, and there's also students that have approached us for about groups working in a very specific field. So I think it really fuels interest, and they definitely take something along with them, something very precious.
I think it's a very nice project, but let's have a little bit different look, for example, at the exoskeletons, the last race we saw today. It's cyborgs, keyword cyborgs, a mixture between humans and machines, like Terminator movies, everybody knows it. Is that exoskeleton which could become some sort of a cyborg? Should we be afraid of that?
When we hear this term cyborg, we immediately think about, as you said, Terminators and Ironmans, which are often the bad guys in Hollywood movies. And that's why this term is connotated with a negative meaning. And that's why I don't like that term. I think, of course, it's true, a cyborg is just a fusion of human or biology and technology. And therefore, people who are using or wearing technology or where technology is implanted into the body, they could be defined as a cyborg. But we should not use that term for them because they're just humans and not cyborgs.
But they're not only the bad guys who are the cyborgs. Iron Man, for example, the superhero who actually can fly, that's like the perfect exoskeleton. Or what do you think?
I guess the question is where we want to go and where we are, right? And right now, as Robert said, we are still very far from getting anywhere close to Iron Man, and we still have a lot of challenges to achieve.
So no flying exoskeletons in the next CYBATHLON?
No flying exoskeletons yet, yeah.
That's all good, then we enjoy the movies like that. Roland, that whole theme about the cyborg, does that bother you?
Actually, I do not think too much about it. I think that you can always use technology for the good and for the bad. That's also true for other fields in research and development. And I think as long as we can solve and support challenges of daily lives, in this case, come over barriers, it's useful. But of course, you can also use it for the bad, but this is not in our interest.
Now, we've seen the exoskeletons and prostheses and everything for people with physical disabilities, but can exoskeletons also be used for like everybody else?
Of course, there are ideas and already products even where some kind of simplified exoskeletons can be used for craftsmen in factories to help them lifting heavy objects. And that's great. There are other projects where people think of using it in sports or even in military. We have to say this. There are projects in the States especially to support soldiers. But here we must say that the technology is still much too slow and much too bulky to have an advantage. It's more a burden, a load, rather than a support.
That exoskeleton for the military or for people who want to run faster, is that already, are we close to that?
There have been studies showing some support of these exoskeletons, but I think they're again very optimized for very specific tasks, and I'm not aware of these things being really widely used. So I think there must be many challenges still, and like Robert said, we're just still so far away from achieving anything similar to human capabilities. And here what we'd like to do is even have superhuman capabilities. So I think we still have a long way to go for that.
Very interesting topic. I think we could talk hours about that. But let's concentrate on the CYBATHLON again. And Roland, the last 2 days, it was a new version of CYBATHLON, the global edition. Your thoughts, how was it from your perspective?
I think it was a very, very interesting journey with a lot of efforts from the teams, from our organizing committee, from our partners. So everyone that was involved had to do some extra efforts this year several times. And we could realize this decentralized event, which was new. I'm not sure if the world has seen something like that before. So I'm, in the end, very satisfied and happy. And I really like the collaborations with the teams that we had in the last weeks and months.
We had 6 disciplines, 6 races, and one guy, he commented it, he saw all of them. This is our commentator, Nick Fellows from England. And I say, Nick, you commented many different sports, you commented many Olympic Games actually. What makes the CYBATHLON special to you?
Well, as the rookie to the very impressive list of guests that you've had throughout the past 2 days, Stefan, I have been so impressed across all areas. I think Sarah Springman made some very good points. Everybody is a winner. As a sports commentator, of course, we're all about gold, silver, bronze, first, second or third. It gives it a bit of drama. We give it excitement. But I think everybody is a winner at CYBATHLON 2020, as Sarah and many of your special guests have pointed out, that these are very difficult times for sport. These are very difficult times for people all over the world. And what has been produced over the past 48 hours is incredibly special. And I feel very privileged to have been a part of that CYBATHLON 2020. I loved what I saw in 2016 and the way that you have kept that momentum flowing. And so many of my experts in the commentary box all pointed out the development, the research and the development and the progress of the teams and the athletes from 2016 to 2020 also makes these past couple of days very special indeed. I'm delighted to have been allowed to get into the commentary box, and to be honest, I want to go again. I want to do more. Can we do it next year? Can we do it next week? I think the whole concept is truly remarkable.
There's maybe, but I'm sure there will be more CYBATHLON. But one more question, Nick. You mentioned already that you're actually a rookie, but what will you take with you from those 2 days for the next weeks, for the next days, for the next years?
I think what CYBATHLON demonstrates is there are no boundaries. The number of times starting each commentary and looking at the pictures, not just myself, but people all over the world have gone, wow, that is amazing. Wow, the possibilities are truly special and endless. So one of the true statements of CYBATHLON is to conquer all boundaries around the world. When you watch this event, you start to believe that is possible. And I think that is what makes CYBATHLON different from maybe the Olympic Games or World Cup or a Formula One. It really does create endless boundaries, and you really do start to believe that dreams of many can come true.
Thank you very much, Nick Fellows in England. It was a pleasure to hear you commentating, even though you were a rookie. That was brilliant. Thank you so much, and goodbye. See you next year, or actually later, whatever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure.
That was Nick Fellows, our commentator, and we're coming to the end, actually. Roger Gassert, the last 2 days, your conclusion.
Just fantastic. I mean, I've seen a few technological developments that really impressed me. There was a team this afternoon with a powered knee prosthesis walking so naturally over the stairs and through these wooden cradles, just overwhelming. But what I also take with me are these amazing stories that we heard over the past days from the pilots, from the teams, what they have achieved together, and also, if I may, what Roland and his team have done over not only setting this whole up, but everything up, but adjusting to the constraints and the uncertainty over the last few weeks and months. I'm just amazed that we can be here and celebrate this together. It's really an honor to be part of it.
Robert Riener, what was maybe the thing that you liked most, that you for sure want to keep going in the CYBATHLON?
Yeah, like that it's possible to connect the world, to connect people not only in one stadium, in one city, in one country, but to connect many people and stadiums all over the world. In this way, produce a multiplication factor that we get the CYBATHLON growing and our message growing.
Let's look a little bit in the future. Roland Siggeris, director of the CYBATHLON, 4 years. That would be the normal CYBATHLON rhythm. Is there already a plan for 2024?
There is a plan for 2024. I would hand over then to Robert to announce it as the initiator of CYBATHLON. But we also have already some ideas for the road to 2024. So next year, or maybe in the second half of next year, we will continue. We will think about new formats, about new disciplines, new challenges for the people with disabilities. Together with the technology developers, we have to push the boundaries. We have heard from Nick even further, and we have already learned a lot from this new format, and there might be some nice combinations in the next months and years.
Thank you very much. We give the word to Robert Riener, the initiator of CYBATHLON in 2024. What's the plan?
Yes, we had a physical event 2016 in a big stadium. Now we had a decentralized global event. We learned a lot from this. And we have decided, that means the organization committee, the strategic board, and the president of ETH Zurich, Joel Maison, have decided to organize the next CYBATHLON 2024 again in Zurich as a physical event in a big stadium. But we learned a lot from this global online event, so that we will take components of that event on the road to 2024.
Thank you very much. So we know now that there will be CYBATHLON 2024, which I think it's great. Thank you very much, Robert Riener, for joining us. Thank you, Roger Gassert, for joining us. And thank you very much for all the work, of course, from Roland Sigrist. And we're almost at the end, but only almost. So do not run away, because we will have some more highlights of the competitions for you. I want to say thank you now. Thank you first to all the teams all over the world for your passion, for your work, for being with us at the CYBATHLON 2020. And all the best for the future. All good luck with your research. Then I'd like to thank the whole team behind the scenes, the whole CYBATHLON team who did such a great work to make this all happen. And of course, thank you, our audience. Thank you for watching and listening us for the last 2 days. I hope you enjoyed. It was a great pleasure for me, a great honor to be here. Hopefully we will meet again in 4 years. Thank you, goodbye, or as we say in Switzerland, tschüss zusammen.